Welcome everyone to the Electric channel. And we're back with a new live video. I know it's been a long time, been since November. But we are live. Make sure we got all of our feeds, our inputs, got the field, got our desktop. Have our still image. We welcome you. Gonna give folks time to get in here while we make our adjustments. We're gonna go over to the game table real quick. Gonna fire up the our coffee mug warmer, just in case we tweak some bases over here. Gonna give folks time to come on in. It's the Electric channel, and I welcome you. And this is Electric Football Open Talk, where we're going to discuss all things electric football. Welcome to the Electric channel. This is Electric Football Open Talk, and we welcome you. Let's see here. We're gonna give folks time to get in and get themselves together here while I wait. Be doing some things at the game table. Let's see, man, exactly, man. Just got into electric football, love it. What kind of motor do you use? The current table you're looking at, this game board is a traditional electric football board. On my custom board, I use motors from a traditional board as well. I caulked my motors onto the bottom of my custom board. The board you're looking at now, again, is a traditional electric football set right here. This is the model 620 from 1967. There's a lot of history behind that board. Let's see here what we got. So while we wait for some more people to come in, I'm going to gotta go around and get the stage finalized here. So we're gonna gotta change tracks. Stand by for a moment. That, by the way, the image you're looking at is the that's the field cover for my custom board, which is under this traditional board right here. I use this traditional board to tweak my bases on. I test all my tweaked bases on traditional aluminum. My custom board surface is made of vinyl. All right. Gonna come back here and do this. Yeah, we're gonna give some more people time to get in, and then we're gonna start to cook when more people get in. Oh, you wanna know how old that the this traditional board is? This board was designed in 1967. There's a lot of history behind this model of board. Tudor didn't make many of them. Yeah, Tudor they they stopped production of these boards, I think, in the year of 1967. And this frame is a is a larger frame than your earlier electric football boards from Tudor. I like this board a lot. It's very reliable, very reliable. Yeah, it looks new. In fact, I have two of them. I got both of these boards from eBay. Somebody was selling them. They didn't. I guess they didn't want them anymore. So I uh, I snatched up two of them over the years. So to have one of these boards, it's like think of it like owning a vintage car. You know, you got one of these, you got something special. So yeah, we're gonna give people time to get in, cause you know these live videos, I don't do many of them. Um, excuse me, I've been kind of behind since November. During the Bull City Brawl, we had a live. I did a live event on the weekend back in November, and that was a live video. That was the last live video I had done until today. All right. Yeah. Exactly, Maine. If you want to talk, we can talk if you want to. You ain't gotta you ain't gotta be shy. If you want to talk, you can go ahead and talk. I'll answer your questions as you ask them. I'm just uh, I'm just standing by, getting ready for any more people coming in this afternoon. Again, these live videos, I don't do them often. Hey, we now you're not gonna have to wait for long. I mean, we're not gonna be out here waiting for like a whole hour or nothing like that. Um, it's currently 3 o'clock, 3:03. I figure maybe another like 15 minutes, and I'm just gonna go ahead and just roll with the video. But I just want to give folks time to get in. That's all. Yeah, I just put one of my singular figure on the table here. Let me adjust this camera. I'm gonna drop it down some so we can see full image here. Put it right about there, the goal line. Yeah, this is one of my individual soon-to-be Kansas City Chiefs figure. You know, they won the Super Bowl this year, so started painting on my Chiefs. I mean, honestly speaking, I didn't think they was gonna go to the Super Bowl this year. I thought it was gonna be somebody else. So I was confident about the 49ers though. This is one of my 49ers offensive linemen right here. I haven't put decals on them yet. I was going to talk a little bit about that in this video also. Yes, I test my figures. Let me do this. Turn the music off right now. I test all my all my newly sculpted, customized figures before I start laying down decals. This is one of the bases I use to test to make sure the figure is balanced. You see? Let's go ahead and give it a run. Yeah, it's got good speed. It's got good get off. You know, now that I know that this pose is well balanced, I can now start making copies of this pose. This figure, by the way, is it's originally a game day figure, and with a little bit of sculpting clay and some green stuff modeling clay. I get I can enhance the shoulders and create a neck on the figure. Let's see. All right, that's a good run. So I'm gonna swap that base out. I got another one up here that I work with. Where is it? That wasn't it. Yeah, so wonder how. Yeah, here it is. This one. It's another base I already tweaked already, and I run it. This base is a little bit slower on this figure, but the thing that it tells me is the figure is not causing the base to run erratic. It's still the base and the figure are well balanced, so I know that figure is going to be a good one. And here is a 49er figure right here. This guy right here. This was going to be, I, well, I planned for it to be the player Ayuk, number 11. I forget his first name. I think it's Brandon Ayuk. I think it is. But at any rate, he's going to be number 11. I'm going to run him real quick, see how he looks. Yep, it's got good get off. It runs well, so I know that this sculpt job I did is balanced, and the figure won't be hopping around the board. It's going to move smoothly. You see that? Now, this is a cornerback, right? I'm going to use this guy as a corner. And this figure is number 22. I forget his name. His name's on top of my head. It's Trent McDuffie. That's his name. Yeah, I got his names written down. Yeah, Brandon Ayuk. Yeah, that's Brandon Ayuk. And Trent McDuffie is going to be this guy. He's a second-year man, so I think I can go ahead and, use my decals, and I don't have to worry about wasting them because he's going to be a Chief next year. So, but at any rate, if a player leaves, you still can play with the players regardless. It doesn't matter if, you give them the name of a real life player, or you make a name up. Whatever you want to do. In EF it's all possible. So I'm gonna put this cornerback up against this receiver and just see how they work out. Well, certainly this base came out a little bit stronger. It's got a little bit more resistance. Well, also the weight too plays a part. I cut out the center of this base to reduce weight on it. I had it on a defensive end pose. I had it on a defensive end, and to reduce the weight, I cut out that centerpiece. All right. So this base is complete. The center isn't cut out. Let's see who we got. Yeah, well, not necessarily weight. Less weight can contribute to speed, but with these bases, it's also how well the prongs grip the board. The pose of the figure also plays a role in how responsive a base is. If you have, for example, if you have a figure that's leaning too far forward, that could cause your bass to, tip over. The player may fall, or if it does run, it may drag more in the front and be looser in the back because the weight distribution is more toward the front. So, but for the most part, the tweak of the bass and the board surface will pretty much play a role in how fast or how slow your figure is going to be. Um, that chief figure right there, it runs a little slower on the bass that I put it on just now. That bass has a little more drag on it, on the prongs. In fact, that's a Formula 37 bass, by the way. ITZ, the manufacturer of this bass, as well as this bass, they have different textures of plastics. Okay, so when you tweak a Formula 37 bass, it may offer more resistance than, say, a Formula 55 bass, because the Formula 55 basses are a bit firmer. And I believe I have some Formula 55s here. I don't think I have them here on the game table. Let's see. No, that's 37. Let me see. This is a Formula 24 pack, by the way. Formula 24s are a little bit softer than the Formula 37s. So in theory, the softer the plastic, the more resistance that bass may offer, and you may get more speed. So when you tweak your tweak again, your tweak is going to have a great impact on what that bass does in regards to speed and strength. Okay, here I'm weighing in this figure, right? The cornerback figure on this base, on this Formula 37 base that has not been modified, and the weight comes in at 4 grams, 4.09 grams. So this figure on that base is too heavy. So as it stands right now, this figure and bass will not be able to perform. It won't play. It will be disqualified for tournament play under the TOC rule set. Now we're gonna take the Brandon Ayuk figure and its bass, and it comes in at 3.11. Part of the reason is because the bottom of the bass, I cut out the bottom of the bass, reducing the weight. So what we're gonna do, we're going to take this bass off of our Trent McDuffie figure, and we're going to switch it. And we're going to put Trent McDuffie, its figure, on my modified bass. Let's see what it weighs. Now it's 3.85. So that figure and bass can play. Now, I don't intend to. Although this bass is a game time bass, I can play it. I can use it, right? But right now, I use that base to test my sculpted figures. All right. Also in this live, I'm going to take you over to the desktop, and we're gonna. I got some pictures I want to show you, and I got some plays I want to run, and I want to discuss on those plays, maybe, and do some illustrations. By the way. All right. So back to the game table. So now we're going to take this other ITZ base that I did not modify, right? And we're going to put that on the Brandon Ayuk pose, right? And we're going to see what it weighs. Okay, my scale timed out. I'm going to turn that back on. Set it right there. Let's see what he weighs with this base. Now, on my wide receiver figure, this base weighs in, all right, it weighs in at 3.33 grams. So depending on where I put these bases, on what figure I put these bases, will determine if it's S.O.E.C eligible or not for play, right? So in this case, let's say if I were checking my team in, this figure would pass the check-in on this base, right? And the Brandon Ayuk figure will pass on this base as well as the other base in return, in regards to how much it weighs. All right. Let's see. Okay, exactly, man. Look, it's looking like you're the only person here right now. Let's see, we 320. All right. So we're going to do, we got the, I have on the other end of my board here, my coffee mug warmer is warming my tweak pliers, right? So I may tweak a base in this video. Wow, dropped a little cover. No, I didn't damage anything. It's pretty rugged. Let's see, we got Sumerian music. What we got? And welcome, Sumerian. Welcome to the channel. You know, yeah. So we gonna cook today, man. We gonna be in here talking EF. You know, and I'm just gonna go by feel. You know. Yeah. How's it going, Sumerian music? Yeah, we're gonna go by feel. Let me know if everything sounds good to you. The volume is not too low. It's not too low. I know it's not too loud. All right. So let me know if the volume is not high enough for you. I can make some small adjustments here if need be. Okay, I'm good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sumerian music. Well, since you brought your name in, I'm assuming you like music. Okay, let's see what we got. So let's do this. Let's play a little something for you. You know, it's one of my latest additions here on the Electric Coast channel. By the way, I entitled this track Nickle Plated. This is the Electric Coast channel, and I welcome you. Sumerian, no. I don't play any instruments actually. Um the way I make my music here, I understand chords. I understand how to write chords. And I have a software package that gives me instruments, and I write the chord on that instrument, and I click play, and the instrument plays back what I wrote. So I do that for each instrument, and I make my music like this. That's my wall guitar. Here's another guitar I got. Right? And I put all of it together, man. There it is. There you go. Yeah, we'll hold it up there for right now. Put it on pause. All right, but yeah, man. So yeah, everything here we do, everything I do here, it's about electric football. You know, this game table and these little plastic figures right here. This is what this channel was about. Have over 200 videos on this channel, dedicated to this hobby. For the most part, it's more. This channel is more instructional. It's mainly for people who are outside the hobby who don't understand EF. They may want to get into it, but don't know where to begin. I'm your source for that, because a lot of guys in the hobby, they're busy, staying dialed in to play in tournaments. I can play in tournaments, but I do more media work than I do play, although I can play, right? Let's see who we have here. Welcome, Glenn and 772 Model Garage. Okay, you hear Shades of Shaft or some Pam Grill. Okay. I mean, I don't know. I guess I could say I'm flattered that you hear that. But yeah, again, I call this song Nickle Plated. Okay, I take it that you guys may want to hear more of it. So let's get back into it. This is the Electric Coast channel. I welcome you. Yeah, yeah, Ayuk he ran pretty good on that base. Um, I last used that base on a tight end actually. I had where is he? Yeah, here's my George Kittle figure. And this is one of my this is one of the 49er figures I had completed years ago when George Kittle was like in his second year, I believe it was. So he was already done. And I originally had this base on his figure. This, in fact, when I first started customizing figures, this George Kittle figure was I would say one of the figures that showed me my breakthrough in my customizing journey. I've been playing this game my whole life, and I've recently started customizing because back in the day I played with traditional figures, right? And I wasn't using Dremel tools and sculpting clay and things of that nature to do anything else to my figure. I would just take the figure out the bag and play with them. Okay, who we got? We said, nice. I had them in the fantasy football. Yeah, yeah. I haven't played fantasy football in a while, man. Um, my office, my last office where I was at. Excuse me. Got a little something caught my throat. Last office where I was at, they had a league. I just didn't have time to get involved because it could become a full time job keeping up with the players and with what's going on. I digress for a moment. But yeah, that George Kittle figure was one of the figures that was my breakthrough when I started customizing poses. And it appears no, I haven't seen you guys on any of my previous lives before. So I'm going to assume that you're new. And I'm going to show you how a figure starts off um, when you uh, when you get it from the manufacturer. And again, these figures I'm showing you right now are from a company called Game Day, and this is what figures look like when they first come in the mail. When I put my order in, Antonio he sends me, figures like this, and then I disassemble. I take the figure off the sprue, and I get it ready for to be customized. All right, and these are other bags of figures here, as you can see. And sometimes, whenever manufacturer is having a deal, they'll send a box load like this if I ask for it. So let's see what you got. You said, is there rules on how much? Oh yeah, definitely. I just talked about that earlier. Yes, in this hobby, there are rules for how much weight a figure can carry. And excuse me, the heaviest your figure can be with base combined is no heavier than 4 grams. Let me see. And you said, let's see, you played in the Tobacco Road EFL. You see, YouTube has got this heart next to my messages here, and I gotta remove that, get it out of the way. Because no, Glenn Stanley, you mentioned something about the Tobacco EFL. You saying you play and you've been in Tobacco Road, all right? Okay, Glenn, were you at the Bull City Brawl in November? Okay, so you're familiar with Selby Primus. Okay, well, I'm preaching to the choir with you. Glenn Staley. I'm trying to remember. Did I meet you? Did I meet you, Glenn? I don't quite remember. Right? Yeah. So yes, Sumerian. Yes, there are rules to how much a figure and a base can weigh. And when you come to a tournament, when you check in, you gotta put your figure on this right here. This is a scale. I'll bring it back out, and I'm gonna show you something. Let's get this turned on. Set that right there. Okay, okay, Glenn. You said no. I haven't played in a bit, but don't recall. Okay, okay. So you haven't been you played, but you haven't been at the Bull City Brawl tournament. So you're familiar with Selby Primus, right? He's the host commissioner of the Bull City Brawl tournament, and games of that tournament you can find right here on the Electric Coast channel. If you go to the live link, you'll see the Bull City Brawl videos that I had done live in July as well as November, because July we had the MFCA and TOC championships in North Carolina, in Mooresville, right? And that same hotel in November of 2023, we had the Bull City Brawl. So you can watch those games there. Um, those live videos range from an hour and a half to like 3 hours. So you can scroll through the 3 hour video. I know for certain is the conference title game and the championship game. So that video is all in one because I kept the live open for those two games. Okay, and you said you watch your live, and yeah, arcade games. He follows me around. Whatever table I go to, he walks behind me because he doesn't really know how to go to a table and get stuff that he wants. So he follows me, and it's kind of funny, but yeah, yeah, arcade games is a real trip, man. Yeah, so you can look at the go to the live link where you are now, and you'll see those games from the summer of 2023 in July and November of 2023. All those games, both of those tournaments were played in North Carolina. Let me see. There was also a TOC championship game. I think I did that one. That I didn't do. I didn't do that one live. I recorded that one and I posted it later. I gotta check again. But for the most part, the live videos, North Carolina. Now back at this scale right here, turned off again. Let me answer your question, Sumerian. Okay, for the most part, your figure and base can't weigh any more than 4 grams. All right. Let's see. One of my lamps went out, so give me a moment here to switch this battery real quick. Yeah, one of my batteries died. So these are my in-house batteries right here. Yeah. Whoa. Okay. Me a moment here, having a moment to tighten things up. See what we got. Stand by for a moment. Okay, we're back. Just had to change out the battery real quick. Turn scale back on. Got a lot going on here. I'm producer, I'm editor, I'm the performer, narrator, music producer, all that at one time. So it ain't easy being the electric coach, you know. You said, and what's the minimum? What's the maximum? Okay, your minimum is going to be 3.2 grams because traditionally that's what a figure and a base weighs coming out of the bag. But with these ITZ bases, you're going to naturally be above 3.2 grams anyway. See, the 3.2 gram weight came from the early days of Tudor. That's the traditional electric football company. They were the founders of electric football back in 1947. But the game has evolved since then. All right. So if you're looking at my videos, you're going to see custom boards that were done by other coaches around the hobby. You're going to see 6-foot boards, 4-foot long boards, what have you. So the board alone has shown us that the game has evolved from your traditional electric football set you see right here. Now, by the way, under this board is my custom board. So my custom board, as you can see, you see the edges here. I have sidelines. This is where I do my tweak work, and I test my bases, what have you. Okay, and my painting is done on my workbench. That's away from this board. I don't put any paint or any chemicals here on this table. All right. Now, the scale. This figure, by the way, let's take this cover off. We're not going to drop this again. Let's put this over here. All right. This is my George Kittle pose. All right. And with this ITZ base, it weighs in at 4.04 grams. Now, for the TOC rule set, this figure and base it's not qualified to play because it's too heavy. All right. So what I do for my figures and my bases, I modify my base. Now this is another ITZ base, which is similar to this base right here. All right, except it's just different colors. I cut out the center portion of the base to reduce weight. So let's see what it weighs now when I put this George Kittle figure on that base. Now it comes in at 3.79. Okay, as it stands, this figure and base is qualified to play in a TOC tournament. Okay, so the maximum weight is 4.0 and the minimum weight is 3.2. Now, if you did play in a tournament, you want all your figures to be at 4.0. Unless you have some other strategy or some other idea for your strategy or scheme, you want your guys at 4.0. Because the natural physics of this game is heavier is going to push anything lighter. All right? Now, it's possible you can play underweight and you can make things happen with an underweight team. But at the point of attack, when I say the point of attack, by the way, I'm talking about when a defender's base, when the defender's base and offensive player's base meet, when they match up in the play, when that board is turned on, that's where the difference is made. So if you got a guy that's heavier than if you're playing against a team that's heavier than you, don't be surprised if they push you all up and down the game table. Like you just saw right there. This is my Chiefs soon-to-be Trent McDuffie figure. All right? Haven't started putting decals on them yet. I want you to watch this. They're at the 20-yard line, right? Watch. You see that? On this figure and base, it weighs in at 4.09 grams. Let's go back to the scale. Since we're going to talk about weight, let's go back and get our scale. All right. Here we have my corner figure weighing in at 4.09. All right. Now, as it stands, that figure and base cannot play in a TOC tournament. Again, when you check in, and if your figure and base comes up heavy like this, you're gonna have to make some changes. And to be honest, when you get to a tournament, you don't want to have to be worried about making adjustments to your figures and your bases. All right, so that's 4.09. Now here's our George Kittle pose with the modified base, right? He weighs 3.80. So right there, you see a weight difference. This is why this pose pushed this pose. All right? And we're going to do this. We're going to switch. We're going to switch those bases. We're going to take the base that was on this figure and put it on this guy. Let's move our scale over there and let's do the switch. Oh, we got a whole lot more to talk about here, guys. Because I got some plays I want to cover also, So this is EF Open Talk. That's the title of this video. All right? So now, I switched the bases over, right? We're going to put the Kittle figure on that base, and it comes in at 4.06. All right? And the Trent McDuffie figure comes in at 3.84. All right? So we switched the bases, right? So now, we're going to put these guys up. Let's see what happens. You see that? The heavier figure won the pushing battle. Let's do it again. Not so much that time. But again, because I have the rounded front on these bases, that plays a part also because your angles. This is why I digress for a moment. This is a teachable moment right here. If you get the right angles, against your opponent, you can make plays and possibly win games with a lighter team. All right, let's line them up again. See what happens. Okay, that pushing battle almost was a tie. See, I got the rounded front on these bases right here. All right, and that rounded front, it gives the base an opportunity to push like this or like that. Anything opposed to going straight up. You get an angle like this or like that. When the board runs, you can get receivers open. You can get defensive linemen, to pressure the backfield, what have you. Let's run it again. Okay, you saw it right there. When those two bases matched up head up, the heavier figure won the pushing battle. That was in this case, that's the Kittle figure because it's on a non-modified base. The modified base is the lighter of the two bases combined with the figure. But like I said earlier, if you have a lighter team, if you can get the right angle against your heavier opponent, you can make things happen. All right. Let's see. I recently purchased some new bases from the company ITZ. These bases, by the way, are clear bases. As you see, we have yellow, got green. They got red bases. They got blue. They got white bases. These are the blue ones. Matter of fact, here it is right here. It's blue, but it's got kind of like a little purple in it. So yeah. So these are, it's written here on the label. These are the DSB cleared Formula 37 bases, but they were made with the CL2 formula. Now, for those of you outside the hobby, you may want to know what's Formula 37, what's CL2, yada, 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 right? Well, this right here is another ITZ base, and this is a CL2 base right here. These are one of their earlier bases. All right? And the plastic is made with a different material. The resin and silicone ratio is different on this base. Now, I don't know all the ins and outs of ITZ and their different formulas. So I don't want to talk too much. I don't want to talk too much about that because I'm not that in tune with that. I just know a little bit about the formulas because mainly when I touch the bases, I can feel a difference. All right. And just to digress, this is one of my Frankenstein bases right here. It's a CL2 ITZ body, but the prongs is from Tudor. These are prongs from a a ghost a ghost base. All right, from Tudor. So I was experimenting, and I glued these two pieces together to make this base. And while I'm here, I want to run it, see what it does. Let's see what we got. Yeah, that's the my cornerback figure right there. Let's weigh it. Let's see what we got. Here in my here at the studio in my lab, I'm always doing things. Okay, this base and figure is too heavy. It's a 4.0, 4.03, 4.04. So on this type of figure, it'd be this figure and base is too heavy. So if I went and got my Brandon Ayuk pose, right, this wide receiver right here, this base may work with this pose. And that's 3.28 grams. So that base can work with that figure. And while I got it here, I'm going to go ahead and run it. See what happens. Put a scale over there. Yeah, it's got decent movement. It's got decent movement, but it's nothing to get excited about. Now I already know that when I put this McDuffie pose against it, this pose may dominate. Let's see. The push wasn't too fast. Let me drop back 5 yards. Put a little cushion between them. Let's see what happens. Okay. Got some dominance out of that. Well, this is heavier though. This is a 4.03 pole weight. Okay, when we go head up, the corner figure wins the pushing battle. But when we drop back 5 yards, okay. So from that little test, this base will perhaps play well in a slot position. You want this base to get some momentum before the point of attack. You see? So that's a little bit of GM work right there. When you base up your figures, you tweak your bases, and you base up your figures, you're a general manager. You're looking at your base and figure arrangement, if you will, and you're making decisions on what base will work best in what position. All right. So I got my coffee mug warmer over here warmed up a little bit more. So I was gonna grab. Let's see. We got this is a Former 37 SFR base. These are, traditionally this type of base will be called a rookie base because traditionally rookie bases didn't have dials, and out of the package, the base was supposed to go straight. Well, at least that's how it's supposed to have been. This is Formula Green. Okay, I want that one. All right. So let's pull out one of these bases real quick. So I don't have one laid out on the table already. No, I don't. Okay, so here's the pack, and the bases come in a small tray like this. It's a clear tray, and the tray is mainly for protecting the prongs, right? So you slide it back in your bag, and you set it off to the side, right? So let's see. I want to work with my Trent McDuffie pose because because it's one of my newest poses and it's showing me good balance. It's showing me promise. So I know that I can make copies of this figure when I start pouring my molds. So before I start doing any type of tweak work, by the way, this is the same base except it's clear. Foreman 37 DS SFR is the base title. Okay, so I'm gonna run this base before I put any pliers on it. Just want to see what it does. Okay, this is a good thing. This now, some of you are saying, why is that a good thing? The base is not moving. It's a good thing because right here in this video, I'm going to show you how to make that base do what it's supposed to do. I took the base straight out the package. All 8 prongs are there, right? And the base doesn't move. Wow. Okay. Now you already know if an athlete can't move, then the guy can't play, right? Now you'll hear some people outside the hobby who'll say things like, well, tweaking bases is cheating, right? Well, if I got a base like this one that can't move, what should I do? We got to tweak the base, right? So in reality, if you're a coach and you got players who aren't up to speed, you got to get them in the weight room, right? You got to get them working out. You got to get them dieting, right? Well, base tweaking is the equivalent, is the simulation of that in this hobby of electric football. So if we was to match this base up, let's say I came to a tournament with my figure doing this, right? If I was to line this guy up in the game against Brandon Ayuk, what you think gonna happen? You see that? You're going to lose. Okay? So now, we got to get this guy moving. Now, you know what? I'm not going to use my Chiefs figure. I'm not going to disrespect this guy like that by putting this base on him. I'm going to get a rookie player that's got no paint. He's got no identity. Here we go. This is a traditional Tudor Haiti Repro defensive back pose. All right? I'm going to talk a little bit about this too later on. I want to talk about how I customize it. And we're going to put that guy on this base, the base that can't move. All right, we're going to take our Trent McDuffie pose, and we're going to sit him down for right now. All right. So now we've already shown you what this figure does. It can't move, right? So what we do first, going to get a pair of needle nose pliers, and we're going to do an alignment on these prongs. All right. So the reason why the base is not moving is because these prongs in the front, they're curled toward the front, and that's not a good thing for your base. So we're going to take our needle nose pliers, and we're just going to curl these prongs a little bit. We're not even worried about putting no heat on them yet. We're not going to get the coffee mug warmer pliers. We ain't going to put no heat on them yet. I just want to curl these prongs a little bit and get some alignment in them. All right. And if you have any questions, go ahead and feel free to ask. Anytime you want, I got the monitor behind me, so I'll stop from time to time and look at the monitor and check the questions. All right, so I'm doing a little bit of, I'm basically taking these prongs and I'm sweeping them this way toward the rear of the base, right? I'm going to go here. I'm grabbing each pair of these prongs one at a time. And I'm giving them a little curl. Curl them back. We don't want to put heat on the base immediately because, you know, once you melt or stretch, shrink a prong, there's no coming back. You're pretty much stuck with that base as is. But as long as we use cold pliers first, we can reverse any mistakes that we have made. All right? So that's the side of the base. And this is the front right here. All right? So we got the prongs going back this way. All right? So with that little curl, let's see what kind of movement we gonna get. Let's see what we got. You see that? It went from standing still right there to now moving. Now, this base is in no way is ready to do anything, so don't get overly excited. I just wanted to prove a point real quick. All right? So, now me, if it wasn't for this video, I would be just here just curling prongs. Curling. I wouldn't even, look, I wouldn't have a care in the world. I'll just be here just curling prongs. Aligning prongs. No heat, just these needle nose pliers. Right? Okay. I'm gonna curl them some more. Keep putting curl on. Now, I didn't bring the microscope into this production because I will be able to show you a close-up of the base, and you will see on the very tips of the prong, on this particular base, on the very tips of two of these prongs, there's some flash extending from those tips. All right? And I will be able to show you on the microscope those that flash. All right? But in this production, I'm not gonna worry too much about it. All right? So we got 44 in the room. You know, hey guys, look, don't be shy. If you want to come on in, say hello. You know, talk to the fellas. We got Sumerian Music here. We got Glenn Stanley. We got Exactly Maine. All right. Those are the three names we got here, right? Okay. That's cool. But look, don't be shy. You want to come on in? Come on in and say hello, man. Let's run this bass again. All right, got a little bit more movement. All right. So we have our needle nose pliers. I want to set those right here. Now, what I like to do next is I have a thinner pair of duckbill pliers. Right? Now, I'm not too worried about that little flash on the prongs. on those two front prongs right now. I did a little bit of curling of the prongs. I want to use these duckbill pliers here. They have a very thin cross section. All right, as opposed to, let me see what I got. I'm gonna grab these ones down here. I'm gonna show you these. Let's put these side by side. Now, do you see the difference in thickness? Right? These are the thicker prongs. These are the jaws on these pliers have a wider cross section than these jaws. All right? Because I'm going to use these to flatten the individual prongs on this base. All right? So I'm going to put these back. So with these prongs, you grab, with these pliers, you grab the prongs individually, right? And you bite and you smash down. Because what you're doing is you're flattening the prong. All right? Gonna bite down a little bit. And you want to go all the way, down the length of the prong. But keep in mind, you don't want to go all the way into the shell of the prong, where the base and the prong meets. You don't want to go all the way into that. All right? Go down here, smash on that one a little bit. And these are the back prongs on flattening. All right? And guess what? You look at the base like this, right? Look at the base like this, right? This is the front of the base. This is the back of the base, right? I was pressing my prongs this way. Now I'm going to flip the base over on those same back prongs, and I'm going to do it again. I'm going to start pressing on these back prongs. You want to be careful not to twist the prong as you press on it. All right? So I'm going to do these other two back ones like this. Because see, when I'm like this in front of the camera, right, my hand is kind of awkward. I have to do it this way so I can show you guys, right? Make sure I grab the prong, smash on it a little bit, flip it back over for good measure, and do these back ones again. Now again, we're not applying any heat right now. Right? No heat. Cold pliers. All right? We haven't touched the front prongs yet with these pliers. We just want to run the base, see what happens. All right? Still choppy movement, and the base is turning earlier now. All right? Not a problem. Got to make sure we didn't twist our prongs. I'm going to grab them again and turn my pliers like that a little bit. See? Let's see what happens. All right? Do it again. This time I'm going to twist this way. Because you want to keep your prongs as straight as possible when you first start tweaking the base. Because as you tweak, you are evaluating the base. All right? No big deal. Now I'm going to go to the front prongs and do the same thing. Remember, this is the top of the base, and this is the bottom of the base down here where my pliers are. This is the bottom, this is the top, or the front and the back. All right, so I'm gonna do the same thing, but guess what? I'm gonna flip the base this way, and I'm gonna press on the prongs. All right, because all we're doing right now is shaping the prong by curling it, and we're flattening the prongs by using these flat nose duckbill pliers. All right, so we're gonna press on these prongs real quick. See, I don't want to make this an extensive video about tweaking because, again, I'm going to talk about a number of things here on this live. All right? Let's see if we're going to flatten some more. Now, when you flatten these prongs, you don't have to like bear down like you're squeezing on a grip. All right? You ain't got to, there are guys in the hobby who actually break their pliers because they squeeze down so hard. You don't have to squeeze down that hard. All right? And part of it is due to using the same pliers to warm the prongs also. Because after a while, when you start putting heat on your pliers and you're squeezing on them, eventually that metal is going to give from all the time it's been heated and cooled. All right? So I use different pliers. Like I said earlier, these pliers right here are the pliers I use on the coffee mug warmer. These are my heaters. These are the ones that they get heated up. All right? These pliers, I don't heat these pliers up, although I can. Let's flip this back over. I want to keep these pliers warm. Okay, flatten some more. All right. And while I'm at it, let's do a little more curling here. Now I still got this flash on these two prongs. This one right here and that prong right there. That flash is still on there. We're going to run it. All right. Still turning. All right. Now, as you tweak, you want to look at your prongs. All right. You want to hold it up and you want to look at the alignment of your prongs. Okay. Along with that, speaking of look at, which I'm not wearing right now, want to get yourself a pair of these. All right. These are goggles I wear whenever I tweak and when I customize. All right. And they have they got lights. Okay, there it is. That battery is. They have a lamp on it, and it helps to illuminate your figure. All right. And it's got an additional lens if you need more magnification. But I don't need to use both lenses. I just need to use just this one right here. All right. I only paid like $15 for this little plastic headset right here. Not very expensive at all. All right. Just a heads up. I mean, for the most part, you know, unless your sight is really impaired, you shouldn't have any problems seeing these prongs with your naked eye. All right. Did a little more curling. And we're gonna run the base. Okay. So The base is kind of choppy now that I've squeezed on the prongs a little bit. Because again, this is the Formula 37 base. In Formula 37, the plastic is a little softer. All right. So if you curl the prongs too far down, the prongs will lay on the board and it can cause drag. And that's the reason why you want to use cold pliers first. All right? Because you want to find the right position for your prongs in an effort to get the best movement out of this base or out of all your bases. All right? And this is what an electric football coach goes through when building his team for gameplay. One figure, one base at a time. All right? And I digress for a moment. Once you get your team built, then you'll have a scouting pool. You know, where you'll be able to go to various teams in your collection and draw bases from there to build a new team. All right, what I'm showing you here is, let's say you started for the first time and you got teams, you got figures, you got bases, right? This is what you're going to have to do to build your team up. Let's see. Sumerian music. How long do the adjustments last for till you have to do it again? Okay, you're basically talking about how long does a tweak stay with a base. Usually your tweaks last after you do them, and if you store your figures in a normal environment, you know, like in your house, right? You got your HVAC, right? Your heating and ventilation and air conditioning. You don't want to leave your figures in a hot car during the summertime because that heat will affect your tweaks, right? And you don't want to leave your figures in the car in extreme cold either. So if you have your figures in a stable environment, you know, your tweaks should last pretty much a long time. Now, if you come to a game, you're going to have time on the board, right? You're going to have time to look at your team before you check the team in. And you're going to have time to run your figures. And if any figure or base needs some adjustment, you'll do it right there. And the only adjustment you should be doing is using your fingers. Sweeping the prongs like this. You know, simply a little finger work. That's all you should be doing after you tweak a base. All right? Now, let's say you tweak a base and you don't touch that base for like 3 months. Hey, don't be surprised if that base will start doing something different. It may still be performing for you, but that base that used to turn left, it may turn right. Or that base that was once fast, it may be a little bit slower. So as an EF hobbyist, what you should be doing if you intend to compete, you should be at the game table practicing with your team and observing the performance of your bases. Does that resonate with you? All right? Let's run this man here. Okay, you see how the base is now moving a little bit more? Now, because there's some flash. Now, because, okay, great. I'm glad I was able to answer that question for you, Sumerian. Because there's flash on these prongs, right? Now, I really don't want to put heat on these prongs yet. I really don't want to do that, but because there's flash on these two prongs in the front, and I believe That little bit of flash is contributing to the choppy performance of this bass right now. Right? Now, what I want to do, it's a little bit off script. I want to take a picture of this bass as is, and I want to present that to you, because my camera phone can get a close up, just like the microscope can. And the microscope right now, I didn't set the microscope up for this program, because whenever I do a live, I gotta set up the studio and have the program and have everything I'm going to use in the program ready to go, so as not to keep you guys waiting for me to do something. But I'm gonna make an exception here for this particular issue, because I want to show you the bottom of this bass close up. So, need to get a figure here, a figure bottom. All right, here it is. I'm going to put the bass on this piece, and I need to hold it up so that I get this perfect picture of it. Where's my device? Here we go. I'm going to do that right here, real quick. Grab that leg. I'm going to post it up. And let's see, I gotta put something behind it as a backdrop, because I don't want the green to blend. This is real quick, guys, because this right here is a teachable moment. I didn't know I was going to experience this with this bass. For this program, I randomly grabbed the bass out of the pack. So we're going to put some figures back here. So we have a backdrop. Just give me a moment, because what I'm going to do, I'm going to put this bass image onto the desktop when we go over, and we're going to take a look and discuss that bass as well. And while I do that, I'm going to put you here. All right. Okay. Let's see. We're gonna bring you back to the game table. I got the files set up. I want to show you real quick. Um, we're just gonna go right into these pictures. Here we go. I'm gonna pull this up before I switch you over, and I want to show you the base that I was working on the game table. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. Got to move things around. I got things in my hands, so I got to, before I go to my pencil, I want to get the right color on my telestrator here. I like to go with yellow. Yellow tends to work best. Now, here's the front of the base. All right. Oh, Howard Klein. Oh yeah, thank you, thank you for being here, and I'm glad to be of help to you. All right. We're talking about a base right now. You're looking at the front of the base that I was just working on earlier, right? And you see right here on the front, you see those two inside prongs? That's where the flash is. See those little, the tips of the prongs, and you see the plastic extending from it? That right there is hurting that base. All right? And this is another reason why you tweak. So you can clean the prongs, clean off the flash of your prongs, if there is any. All right? Because if you try to go into a game with that flash, let me circle it again. If you try to bring that base into a game with that flash like that on your prongs, your players are going to perform poorly. They're not going to move well. And in real sports, if your players don't move well, then you know what's going to happen, right? You're pretty much not going to win the game. All right? Or at least you won't be very competitive. All right? Let's see. Let's go to. I took another picture of the same base. Okay, here's another angle of the prongs. Now that's the full face of the inside of the base itself. All right, and as you can see, when you look at the prongs from this angle, you can see a little bit of the flash on that prong, right? But the flash on the prong next to it over here, you don't see it. You see? So, you may be asking the question, well, how do you intend to rid the base, this particular base, of this flash? I'm going to use a cigarette lighter in a moment. Okay? And since I have you here at the desktop, I'm going to be efficient in how we move around in the studio here and how we present. I'm going to show you some other photos of some customized figures. All right, I'm going to give you a close up. Okay, here's the that Trent McDuffie figure, my Chiefs figure, my soon-to-be Chiefs figure. Here, that's the figure I showed you earlier on the board. All right. So, and here's the Brandon Ayuk pose. That's the other figure that you saw. And as you can see, I have yet to put decals on the figure. All right. So before I, put decals on, these two particular figures, I'm happy with how they came out. So I'm going to pour molds of these figures before I put decals on. Let's see, here is another angle. Okay, I got Trent McDuffie only once. Got McDuffie and Ayuk together here. And what sculpting does, when you customize a figure, it allows you to, give the player more lifelike features. Like, for example, you look right here at the player's head, you see he has a neck built in. Because what I did was I took the original helmet off the figure and I rebuilt the shoulders and created a new space for a neck to be added. All right? And the same thing for this eagle figure you see right here. Let's move. I can move this up. Yeah, there it is. Move the highlight up. Now, you see how this is one of my eagle figures. As you can see, got the helmet back there. You see there's a face and there's a neck. And with that, I can put the collar stripes on the jersey if the team requires it. So in this case, the Eagles, they have a black trim on the collar of their jersey. So because I created the neck, it gives me a space now where I can paint or decal a collar on to the uniform, adding more realism to the figure. Some people may say, well, that's a lot of work. Why don't you just take the figures as they are and play with them as they are? Sure, you can do that. But if you're like me, I want my team to. If you come to a top, we're still connected. All right, let me see. Is the stream buffer? Okay. Yeah, it buffered a little bit. How things looking right now? Give it a moment. All right. Let me know what it looks like. We back in? Okay, it buffered a little bit. All right. Okay, good, Howard. Thanks a lot. That wasn't me. Sometimes maybe there's a glitch somewhere across the network between my location, the cable company, and YouTube, what have you. All right, so we're back. All right, so I was talking about customizing a figure, right? Okay, I was talking about the building a neck and adding realism to the figure. Also said something about this hobby being artwork. When you go to a tournament and you go into the game room, you'll see the room is covered with game tables, different game tables. And you may have a room where each game table was done by a different coach, right? And you'll see the differences in their approach to creativity. You'll also see coaches with their various teams. So let's say you may have, let's say you have like 4 coaches playing with the Dallas Cowboys, right? Each coach Cowboys is going to look different than the other coaches. You see? So this game is so vast that it gives you the space to create your team however you want your team to be. You know? Like I saw a coach, he had I believe it was Purvis Pepper. Purvis Peppers. He's out of Fort Worth, Texas. And he created a team of Cowboys, and he used the paint that he used was all glitter paint. So his team, it was capturing the light and it sparkled. It looked like the team was made with electricity. It was really sweet. He showed them on Facebook. This was a couple of years ago. I don't know if he still has them or not. But the point is, you can make your teams look however you want. All right. Let's look at something else here. I have what's this picture right here? Okay, this is a picture of a traditional Haiti repro defensive back pose that I had done. The figure that you saw on the table earlier, the one that I'm the plain white figure that I'm tweaking the base with, well, that figure, this figure you see right here, used to look like that guy. And with the customized work I done, I created this figure right here. All right. And looking at it, and looking at this picture from this angle, I may gotta do a little bit of Dremel work on that shoulder right there. It's a little bit too high up. So I'm not ready to pour a mold on that figure yet. I got to get that shoulder balanced out. You see? Got a lot more to show you. A lot more to show you. Because again, this is Electric Football Open Talk. You guys got questions? Hey, this is the place and the time to do it. Right? It's the place and the time to do it. Let's see. You know what? Let's do this. I want to take you here. This is a team of Patriots and a team of San Francisco 49ers in North Carolina. Those 49ers were done by Brian Phillips out of Baltimore. He won the Bull City Brawl championship back in November, by the way. And his game is on here, the Electric Coast channel. Again, if you look at the live feed that I have, you'll find the championship game there. But those 49ers you see on the right are his. And I forgot who the coach was for the Patriots. You see there on the left. You see? So everybody's paint job, everybody's approach is different. Like in this case, Brian painted these 49ers in all gloss paint. That's what he wanted to do. And the coach that has the Patriots, he painted his team in a flat finish. They don't have much shine, except the platform right here appears to have been painted in gloss paint. Okay? So here's an example right here of coaches doing something different with their respective teams. Let's see. Let's look at this shot right here. Here's another angle of the 49ers and the Patriots at the Bull City Brawl tournament. All right? Make sure that's up. Let's see. Let's move around. Let's get a close up here. All right. Here's a close up of one of the New England Patriot figures. Now these figures are not mine. These are figures from other coaches around the hobby. All right. It's the New England Patriots. Now, in my opinion, the colors are spot on. They're spot on. Got more to show you. Got more to show you. Close that one. Here we go. Let's do this one. Here is a picture of a classic team of Dallas Cowboys. Now, if you notice, you see Romo down here at the bottom, and the running back, well, didn't want to do that. Let's see here. Right. Let's go back. See if we can grab that. There we go. Do it with the mouse. And the running back figure is the Hall of Famer, Tony Dorsett. Now, when Tony Dorsett was playing, I don't think, Romo wasn't born yet. But that's the beauty of electric football. You can make your team however you want. You want a classic team of Dallas Cowboys? You could put Emmitt Smith and Tony Dorsett in the same backfield. You could have Drew Pearson and Michael Irvin in the same place. But the problem here is, in the TOC rule set, each player must have their own number. You can't have two players with the same number. So Drew Pearson, Michael Irvin, they both were number 88. So that could present a problem for you. You can't have two players with the same number on a team. So if you wanted to have Bush Johnson and Michael Irvin, you can do that. All right. Let's clear this ink out. Yeah, we're going to sit here for a little while before we go back to that base. Let's see what else we got here. We got another picture here. And here on this game table, we have the Commanders. No, not the Commanders. That's Rafiq McDonald's team. That's his high school team. That burgundy player right there. Those are the Colonials. It says that Tom Landry was the coach. Yes, he was. Roger Staubach. Yeah, Roger Staubach was the quarterback before Romo, and then Roger Staubach was just about to retire when I was a kid coming up, and then after him, Danny White took over the helm at quarterback for the Cowboys. Yeah, but Roger Staubach was the guy. He was the guy at the time in the early days, in Tony Dorsett's early days. But back here at this screen here, you see the Patriots, the electric football Patriots, matched up against Rafiq McDonald's high school team called the Colonials, who, by the way, is in the championship game against Brian Phillips. And again, you'll see that here on the Electric Coaches channel. You'll see that here on the Electric Coaches channel. Right here live. All right, it was a live video. So again, you can make whatever team you want, as long as your figures are within the weight limits. And of course, your figures have to look like people. You can't come into a tournament with a player with 3 arms. You gotta have 2 arms, 2 legs. Hey, what's up, Fist Studio? What's up, Fist Studio? Yeah, Danny White. Yeah, Howard. Danny White was a punter. Yes, he was. And when I first saw him do that when I was a kid, I was like, wow, he could play two positions, man, at the same time. I thought it was cool, man. Like wow, he don't even leave the field. He gonna stay out there and punt. That was awesome. Yeah, but what's up, Fitz? Yeah, so here you see the game table, two coaches in competition again. And here's the Bull City Brawl uh, banner that was posted up on the wall at the tournament. So, so every November, the Bull City Brawl is held, and this coming April is going to be the Capital City Clash. That's going to be in College Park, Maryland, in April. Forget the exact dates. Let's see here. We're just gonna move around. We're just gonna show you some images here. Um, Let me see what we got. Let's see. This is a good one. I think you guys are gonna like this one. Let's go back one picture. Okay. Remember how I was saying earlier? When you walk into a game room, you're gonna see different tables. Well, what you see here is an electric football table with an NBA theme. Now, who would have thought to put a basketball court on a football field? But this is the creativity I'm talking about. Now, normally you would see a soccer field or a baseball diamond on a football field, right? Well, here you got basketball. I forget who was the designer of this board. Here's a close up. NBA. Let's see. Then we have here's a close up of the end zone of the TOC championship board. What else we got over here? That's NBA. Okay, let's go back to the NBA table. Here's a it's the kind of shot that you would see when you watching the NBA game and they slow it, they do a slow motion recap. And imagine the rim right here at the end, right here, like he normally would do, and the player crashing boards or rebounding or dunking. But this is EF, man. This I love this hobby, man, because you can just do so much. Here's another court shot. All right, behind the rim shot. See what we got. Yes, it's a thing to see. I love the skills the coaches have in building boards. Yeah, it's a sight to behold, man. You come into a game room. I just love it, man. I love being part of this hobby, man. Because the work that guys put in, is just splendid. Let's see. Let's move over. Let's close this one out. Here we have an old school Chiefs board. Right. Move up. End zone. Excuse me. This board was the let me see, I didn't get a whole shot of that board. But this board was derived from the 1960s AFL Chiefs. I didn't get a chance to talk to the coach who created this board, but this is a classic board. This theme here was to commemorate the American Football League Chiefs. Let's see, we got two coaches here. We got Jeff McCulley on the left, right here, and he's matched up against Brian Phillips over here on the right. And as you can see, the type of board they're playing on. Yeah, Hank Stram was the coach of the Chiefs back in those days. Just keep matriculating the ball down the field. I remember seeing that old highlight reel with the old NFL films, shows that used to come on back in the early 80s. Yeah, but these two coaches here, two outstanding coaches. Brian Phillips is an awesome coach. Like I said, he won the Bull City Brawl tournament back in November. Tremendous coach. He plays with various teams. Before this game, this tournament here, he played with a team of Cowboys, and they were a very highly explosive team, very fast team of Cowboys. Um, yeah, that game picture here. Let's see what else we got. We got another game shot. All right, here's that Chiefs board right there. There's a full image of the Chiefs board. See two coaches and the two coaches over the board here. Let me see, D Legend. Yeah, that's his name. That's the nickname he goes by. This is D Legend. He's out of the deep south, I believe. He didn't want to tell me his real name, so I didn't push the issue. So he said he D Legend. Okay. And this coach right here, he's from North Carolina, and his name escapes me right now. But nevertheless, this gives you an idea what the game room looks like. Now, this particular tournament, by the way, not many coaches. No, this was the summer. This was in the summer of July of 2023. This wasn't the Bull City Brawl. This was the TOC MFCA tournament. This was in July of 2023, before the Bull City Brawl in November. But at any rate, all the tournaments are like this. All right. This is what you're going to see when you come into a tournament. Game tables, chairs, and guys getting ready to match up. All right, let's close this one out. Let's go to this one. All right, here is another angle, another shot of the guys in the game room, and this is in July. All right, you have Chris Stringer. He was playing with his Miami Dolphins, and he was matched up against. And Chris Stringer, by the way, is from I-95, and this coach is Coach Adrian Baxter. And says, okay, Fifth Studio, you said it's unmatched, lots of fun. Yes, it is. EF is the game to play. You know, if you want, you know, it's funny how this game is. Your team is going to tell you about yourself if, you know, whatever you do with your team is going to expose you. That's the thing about this game. So if you're a little squeamish about your shortcomings, this game, hey, if you don't show up with your team right, this game is going to expose that. Because unlike video games, this game is real. It's you. All right? Howard Klein, you said, Coach, do you remember the Nickle big board that has the wooden legs? Yeah, I do. I you know, when I first saw that board back in the early 2000s, I was going to get one. But at the time in my first house, I didn't have the space that I got now. You know, so I didn't purchase one. All right. So Howard, you do got a board, and does it run well? Do you like it? You know, yeah. Also in this picture right here, you'll see this is my camera rig setup back here. Um, I move that around the room, and I get video footage of the coaches. You say, yeah, it's too heavy. Well, that's a good thing. If it's heavy, that's good. You know, that means that that board is sturdy, is very sturdy. And does it run well? Does the How well is the motor on it? Does it run well? Okay, yeah, it runs good and it's heavy. Yeah, that's what you want. You know, your game board is like a piece of furniture. Like if you look at the boards in this room right here, they're like it's like furniture. These game boards are conversation pieces. All right. Let's see if we can get some more game time footage here. Okay, here's Selby Primus on the right. He's the commissioner and host of the Bull City Brawl. And for this tournament in July, North Carolina, he was the host also. This is the same hotel that we were in, and he's matched up against Brandon Woodard right here, outstanding coach. He's won quite a few championships himself, and they're playing on the NBA board, the one you saw earlier. So let's close out that one. Um, let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Where is? Yeah, here we go. Let me show you this one. And here are the group of the guys here during the summer. This is in July in North Carolina. Um, these were some of the coaches. These were the 12 coaches. It was 12 of them, wasn't it? It's 4, 7, 9. Yep, 12 coaches. Yep. These were the 12 coaches the tournament had boiled down to before we got to the championships. So it was two championships. You had one championship for the overall electric football community. That's the MFCA. That's all. That's the champion over all the tournaments in our hobby. And then you had a champion for the TOC champion. Okay, so the TOC champion was the champion for. It's like two tournaments in one. All right, it's like two tournaments in one. You had the MFCA and TOC. Um, I forget the breakdown, but the MFCA tournament is the champion of among all the tournaments. Right. So you got TOC, you got Bull City Brawl, Cap City Clash, Texas Twister. You got the Fault Line Rumble, which was just played in California. I believe it was 3 weeks ago. All right. You got Tobacco Road, that's down south in North Carolina. You got Bull City Brawl. So all those champions, so the champions from each one of those tournaments, they match up to play for the MFCA championship. All right. So in the MFCA championship, that championship travels around. It moves around. So one time, like twice, it was in Texas. Another time, it was held in Detroit. Um, and there was other places as well around, and then another places in Virginia also, Richmond, Virginia, and so on. So I'm not sure where it's going to be held this summer. It might be back in North Carolina again. All right. So yeah, these are the 12 coaches. Let me see how many Hall of Famers we got in there among them. You know, we got Charles Lane here. He's a Hall of Famer. Adrian Baxter is a Hall of Famer also. Yes, we do have a Hall of Fame. Believe it or not. Coach Fitz, how many have you built? Okay, a Fitz, Howard's asking you a question. He wants to know how many boards you built. This coach right here, he's out of California. He came all the way out to the East Coast. Um, I believe his name is CeeLo. Wow, I forgot his name. Yeah, this is the first time I met him because you know the California guys they don't come east. They don't come east often, and it's the same thing with us. A lot of us on East Coast, a lot of us don't go west. Rafiq McDonald, he goes west. He goes all over. He goes to all the tournaments. He missed none. He missed no tournaments. All right, let's move out of this one. Let me see what else I got in here. Got some more another matchup right here. Okay, here's Charles Lane right here, Hall of Famer, and he's matched up against I forget this guy's name right here. I don't see him often, but I seen him at tournaments, and as you can see, the guys matched up at the table. Let's see. Awesome. Are you putting video? All right. Hey, Howard, are you talking to me about video or are you talking to Fit Studio? All right, because based on what I'm reading, you're talking to Fit Studio. Okay, I just want to make sure you weren't talking to me. Are you putting videos on YT? Oh, you talking to Fitz. Okay, cool. Yeah, I just want to make sure you weren't talking to me. All right. Yeah. So here's Charles Lane on the right in the Dallas Cowboy shirt, and he's matched up against another coach here. All right, let's clear it out. And let's see. Here's another board. Here's a Cowboys board. As you can see, this is what I mean by the different, types of art. And what's cool about this board, right? You see the shadow. So if you remember the old Texas Stadium, they had the hole in the roof, and if the game was a 4 o'clock game, you would get that shadow in the end zone. And it was something cool about it, right? Like if Tony Dorsett was running down the field, he would go from the light into the shadow, and all you would see is a silhouette of him running into the end zone because it was shaded down there. Let's see. Yeah, snow came in too. I remember when Russell was it, not Russell Maryland, but what was the defensive lineman's name? Yeah, Russell Maryland. He recovered that fumble against Miami, and it was something weird where if he hadn't touched the ball, he touched the ball, and I think possession went back to Miami, something like that. I forget how it went. Let's go here. Let's do this one. More competition between two coaches playing on a Chiefs board. All right. Okay, here's some figures right here. All right, let's move to the next one. That one's kind of blurry. That one looks a little better. Okay. The coach Rafiq McDonald I talked about earlier, right? These are two of his receivers. Yeah, and as you can see, they're very lean. Now, out the bag, when he first got those figures, they didn't look like that. That's his work. And what he explained to me why he did this to his figures, right? Is because the girth of the figure was making it easier for corners to grab a hold of it and, cover the receiver better. So he took a Dremel tool. Excuse me. He took a Dremel tool and he thinned out his receivers on this particular team right here, and that's why they look skinny like that. Now Rafiq McDonald, by the way, is one of our. He's one of the probably the one of the best painters and customizers in the hobby. You know, this guy lays down some serious paint. You know, he does awesome work. Um, where was I? Receivers. Okay, here's a picture of Rafiq McDonald right here, coach right here on the right, and the coach on the left. His name is Frank. Frank is from Chicago. I forgot Frank's last name. Great guy. Great guy. Two great guys. Two great guys. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Okay. So let me go back to some of my sculpt work here. I want to show you this real quick. Here's a figure that I just assembled on my work table, and you'll see I Dremel out the shoulders into the body. I separate the torso from the legs. All right, and then I put the figure back together, and I produce this type of figure right here. And this figure is my Debo Samuel pose. I have that pose on the table already. It's already painted. I just got to decal it. I didn't show it to you in this video yet. That's different angle of the Debo pose. Yeah, there's my Debo again. My Debo Samuel figure. So I took sculpting clay and used it to enhance the body of the figure. Let me click here. Yeah, here's an image of my work table on ground level. Okay, yeah, Howard, I didn't see that EFL Miggle video from Jacksonville. Was that back in the 90s? But yeah, here's the a table level view of my workbench, and where I have it was a Weird Wolf video. Okay, now I haven't seen it. Probably can contact Weird Wolf on Facebook and ask him about it. Yeah, this is my game table right here. Well, not my game table, but my workbench. And you'll see a little bit of clay right here on this spatula right there. And I apply that. Okay. All right. Yeah, I apply that clay to the figure, and eventually the clay dries, and it produces. Here's another picture of a figure and some clay here. All right, and ultimately, I create when the clay is dried after sanding and painting. This is what's produced, and what you see here, the figure on the right was my first Nick Bosa pose, and didn't like it too much, especially if you compare it to the figure on the left. The figure on the left is my new Nick Bosa. All right, and again, the bases they're standing on are ITZ bases. right. Let's okay. And here is, if you have a broken figure, this is what I wanted to show you guys also. If you have a broken figure, like a leg is broken, this is one of the ways you can fix it. You see right here, I put a piece of wire inside the thigh of the figure. Use a little bit of Loctite glue. I glued it in to add stability for the calf and foot portion. All right, let's clear this out and let's move to right. And here's the pole. Here's the piece with the leg put together and the rod inside of it. Okay. And then after I did that, let me give you another angle here. Now you can see right here where the rod is, where the metal is. All right, this is my experimental figure right here. I got some other pictures I want to show you with regarding this piece. This figure is gonna become somebody one day. I don't know who. And then with a little bit of green stuff, I was able to seal the leg completely. All right. But it doesn't stop there. So I started adding. I took the torso apart. I removed I removed the helmet and the torso and started playing with this pose right here. I don't know exactly. Like I said earlier, I don't know exactly what it's going to be yet. No, my figures are not from 3D printing. They're from these particular poses right here are from game day. Other than that Haiti Repro defensive back I showed you in this video, all the figures I've shown so far are game day figures. All right. This figure you're looking at right here, this is a game day pose also. I accidentally broke the leg on this figure, and I repaired it. Excuse me. I repaired it, and I'm working to build this piece. I'm working to build this figure into something. Not exactly sure yet. I know it's going to be a wide receiver. I mean, it could be a running back, but more than likely it's going to be a wide receiver. Right? Let's see what we got here. Okay, here's another picture of that pose. Started putting clay onto it. Started building it. And then around the neck area, that's green stuff right there. Because also I'm working with, I'm learning how to work with green stuff. This is the first time I've tried using it. And so far I'm using it to fill spaces, to smooth out edges, things like that. Haven't gotten to a place where I can like make shapes, like make hands and eyes and stuff like that. There are guys in the hobby who are really good like that. They can take green stuff and they can make anything. They want to make shoes, they want to make feet. They can make the fingernails on a guy's hand, what have you. Green stuff allows you to do that because of how firm it is. Okay, let's do this. I want to show you guys a play or a few plays, and I want to come back, and then I'm gonna, break down the play, illustrate on it for you a little bit. All right, and we're gonna go back to the game table shortly and get back and talk a little bit more and work on that base a little bit more and get that flash off those prongs. All right, I want to show you how to do that in case you don't already know how. All right, so I want to run this play for you, and we're gonna talk about it. So let me get it set up here. I'll open this up.
Three.
I'll put it on pause for right now. Stand by for a moment. All right. So this particular play right here was between Brandon Woodard's Longhorns and Jeff McCulley's Panthers. And as you can see, they're playing on that Chiefs board. This was during the summer of July in North Carolina. This was the MFCA tournament and TOC championship. All right. So we're gonna run this play live, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna discuss it. All right.
2, 1, hands.
Coming in.
Quarterback passing.
Got it. 10.
All right. No pressure on the quarterback. With the receiver breaking wide open here.
What spot?
13. Good spot.
8.
10, 9, 8, 7. Oh, completion.
10.
Let's see.
9.
You got a safety in the end zone.
7. Oh,
No.
6. Oh, I didn't know that. 4.
No, he ran it.
2. I didn't. 1. Hey, I'm saying that I would have put it in a different way.
Oh, 1 yard
yeah.
line.
And then
1 yard
that
line.
safety made him on the 1.
Okay. We're gonna go and we're gonna discuss this play real quick. Let's bring this up. Minimize that. Nope. Minimize it real quick. Let's see what we got here. Okay. Now, you saw what appeared to be almost a touchdown, right? Now, the reason why I want to talk about this play is for two things. There's a couple things I want to cover. One, I'm going to use this video as an example of why base tweaking is important. And two, I want to talk about how the receiver got open, which also contributes to why base tweaking is important. All right. Now, the pass was complete, and the receiver was stopped on the 1 yard line, open field tackle. All this board is open right here. There's no other defender back there except one guy. All right. And the defensive coach, Jeff McCulley, by the way, his name, he was able to get one man to match to get his base to contact the ball carrier's base in all of this space right here. Right? All because of base tweaking. And of course, positioning your player in the right place to make plays. All right? So let's get into the offensive portion of this play, before we talk about the open field tackle. Now, here's the quarterback. All right, Brandon Woodard's Texas Longhorns is the offense. And here is the intended receiver. All right, and the tackle was made up here. So we're going to put that illustration over there because we're going to use it again. All right. Now, the initial start of the play, quarterback has good protection. You see? The running back helps to, my mouse back in there. The running back here, it makes a good block right about here. All right, giving the quarterback time. You see that? Now, the open receiver is there. Now, in case you didn't see it on the live run of the play, we're going to bring it back for you, and we're going to talk about how that receiver got open. Now, this receiver, his base, his initial turn, his initial movement was inside, right here. All right? And with that, that movement made it possible for the corner of his base to make contact with the outside edge of the corner. All right? There was no flush contact between the receiver and the quarter and the receiver and the cornerback right here. All right? So I want you to watch the initial movement of the receiver here. All right? Let's move this to illustration. You see how he goes to the left? See his position? Let's move it forward some more. Look at how he slides off the corner. And he attacks. The receiver attacks this opening right here between the defensive end and the safety right here. Watch that. Beautiful, isn't it? Football hasn't even been thrown yet. Just that movement alone. And look at all this real estate the receiver has up here. See? This is why base tweaking is important. It's important that your players be able to move at the turn of the switch. Remember earlier in the video when I showed you that base out the pack, that brand new base out the pack, and the base couldn't move? Well, if you tried to put that base in this situation right here, that base and that player would be useless to you. But when you tweak your bases, when you soundly and smartly tweak your bases, you get this type of performance. Receivers open downfield. You see? Now, we're going to go into the defensive part of this video and how the coach was able to make a play and stop this touchdown from happening right here. Let's move it up a little bit more. We'll go ahead and play it from here. Let it go. Now Brandon Woodard is setting up the pass. This is also showing you how to throw. Pass is complete. Now the defensive coach, he makes his adjustment to his safety that was set in the end zone. And notice how he's aiming the figure. Now I'm going to freeze it there. Going to bring it back. Now, one of the hardest things to do in electric football is to get an open field tackle like this one. Because a lot of times when an offensive player gets this open with this amount of real estate, right, on a good running base, that's usually a touchdown. And if there is an open field tackle, it's usually done with more defenders in the area. All right? So this is why I pulled this video out. I wanted to highlight this video clip, because this defensive effort by this one guy, one base, is incredible. The way Coach McCulley set his player up to make a play with all this board space was impressive to me. All right? So let's move this highlight out the way. Now I want you to watch the tweak and the perfect set of that defensive player save that touchdown. You see that? All the way from out here. We're looking at basically on this board, this will be about 33 yards. Because the offensive player is about the front of its base, I would say, is about the 22. So you're looking at about 32 yards according to the size of the board. Of course, not in real life, right? And you're talking about two pieces of plastic, right, matching up at the right spot. I mean, this is more on the defense right here. This is more on the defense, okay? Because the offensive player is pretty much set. All he has to do is go to the end zone. All right? Let's look at it again. Watch this. Look at that. Bam, right on the button. A lot of coaches can't do that. Make one base, go from a spot, and make contact. And now, offensively, this shows you the speed of Brandon Woodard's receiver. Brandon Woodard's receiver ran basically from the 22-yard line to the 1. He ran 20 yards before the defensive player covered 10 yards. Now, that's not to say that Jeff McCulley is a lesser tweaker than Brandon Woodard. It's just that these two bases matched up, and you saw the speed of the receiver covering 20 yards before the defensive player could cover 10. The point I'm making here is this is why base tweaking is important. The players are responsive at the turn of the switch. The ball comes on, and because Jeff McCulley set his player up in a perfect position to make plays, this is what you get. All right? That's right, Rafiq. Hey, what's up, Rafiq? Rafiq McDonald joined us. Hey, how's it going, brother? How's it going down there in Deep South? Oh, I got more plays to show you. All right. So that play, that's one play we talked about. And we're gonna move to another one. I gotta switch things over here. Let's go back here. All right, now I'm gonna show you another play we're gonna run. We're gonna run real quick. This is another play I found interesting. Okay, yeah, that's right, Fitz. You must know your team. And on that particular play, Jeff McCulley was he was well in tune with his players. Rafiq, yeah, what's up, man? I'm glad you're doing good down there, man. Glad you're doing good. We just talking a little bit of EF, man. Your name came up a little bit. You know your name will show up as something, right? When you're on the Electrico's channel, right? All right, so we're gonna go to this other play right here. We're gonna bring this one up, and I'm gonna run this one live for you, and we're gonna do the same thing. And we're yeah, that's okay. We got the right track. Let's go.
See, once again, look at the loopers coming in.
Let's start it
Making
over.
them
Let me bring it back. And this is also the summertime in July in North Carolina, and the commentators I had that on that particular day was Dave Nichols from the Deep South, and Kevin Brown is also out of Deep South. We had a couple of mics on them, and they were doing commentary for this game. So let's get to it.
Quarterback pass.
All right, let's see what we got here. See, once again, look at the loopers coming in, making him turn the ball off quick. This is the problem that
He's gonna go for a screen pass.
going for a screen pass. Complete. Okay.
9, 8,
But now Adrian has speed. He has speed in the secondary. He also has speed on them corners.
2, 1, and
But the Longhorns also have speed.
Let's see what happens on this play.
Woo!
Almost
Wow!
broke that tackle.
Man, we put that up here in the book.
Okay. Now, that's that play. Now, once again, this was open field tackling. All right. And this time, let's rewind this right here. We're gonna keep it right here. We'll move it up a little bit. Now, you see Adrian Baxter making adjustments to his defenders, right? He's bringing in all of his moving players from standstill. We're gonna pause it right there. I'm not even gonna have to rewind this on the slow motion box. You see, all right, yeah, illustration doesn't come up on this one. So anyway, yeah, let's go to the slow motion box. We're going to run it again from this spot. I want you to watch the tackle.
Let's see what happens on this play.
Woo! Wow!
Almost broke that tackle.
Man,
Okay.
we put that up here in the book.
We're gonna stop it there, and we're gonna bring up our illustration again. Give me a moment to make my adjustments. I'll do that. Okay. Now, here we have Adrian Baxter playing with, okay, it says here, coaches. The YouTube video is titled NFL Game, NFL Films Encore. Okay. Okay, Howard. Okay, cool. Now, here we have Coach Adrian Baxter. He's the defensive coach. He's playing with his fraternity team. Okay. All right. Hey, Rafiq, Fifth Studio reached out to you in this video, and Howard Klein spoke to you also. Not sure if you're still with us or not. All right, but Adrian Baxter is playing with a fraternity team called G5G. You can see the scoreboard right there at the bottom. And he's matched up against Brandon Woodard in this championship game. This is the TOC championship, by the way. All right? Now, you'll see this pass. It's going to go out to the flat on the left side of your screen. Brandon Woodard swaps out a mobile quarterback for a stationary quarterback in the pistol formation. They're about to turn the switch on. I'm going to freeze it there, and I'm going to bring it back. Okay. So now, we see here, here's the quarterback and his running back. And this is Brandon Woodard's quarterback with his Longhorns, by the way. And he has a running back, all right, coming out of the backfield. The running back is ultimately going to end up out here. All right? Good play to run. Very common play. This is a very textbook play that's run in this hobby. You know, a lot of guys go outside because they don't want to run into the teeth of the defense here. That's for a different video. All right? Let's move the video forward. Now you see the running back there breaking outside. Okay? So now Brandon Wood is ready to pass. But you know what? He doesn't throw to that running back. He throws right here. All right? Let's bring that back. Now, another reason why. This is another reason why base tweaking is important. I want you to watch how that receiver bounces off that corner right there. You see that? He puts himself basically, he's basically running a slant. That's what it looks like. Receiver here, because of his position here, if you didn't pivot, he would run across the field here, and he would meet the running back here, and the back would potentially help him to go forward upfield like that if he doesn't pivot, all right? So now, we're going to let Brandon pass the football to this receiver. Pass complete. Now, you see Brandon is pivoting his receiver upfield because he doesn't want to run. He doesn't want to take a chance and run and pivot the receiver inside this way, because now he's got to deal with that defender and this defender and possibly this defender behind him here. All right? So he elected to pivot to get a one-on-one matchup against this defender down here. All right? Remember how I said earlier, most of your open field tackles is going to be with more defenders around you? That's what you have here. You have this defender. You have this defender over here. And, of course, you got the corner who was just there right at the receiver, all right? And you're going to see Adrian, he's going to make adjustments. He's going to pivot those defenders to make a play at the receiver, all right? So we're going to move it up. Now you watch Adrian. He's going to pivot the corner. And he's going to take out the standstill player that he has. He sets him up, and he grabs his other standstill player. Now, he's got 3 defenders who can possibly make a play on the ball. He's got 3 defenders who can make a play. Okay, you want to know why coaches don't run the B or C gaps? Coaches do. But in most cases, most games, a lot of guys like to run off tackle. Because, I mean, to be honest with you, just from my experience, I'm not letting nobody run between my defensive tackles. If you run in between my defensive tackles, you're going to be 3 and out real fast. You better go outside. But coaches do run inside. I've done it before in scrimmages. Okay? That's another video. I got another video I can show you something on that. But right here, excuse me. Here's our receiver. The pass is complete, and you have a defender here, here, and here. Adrian Baxter set these three guys up to make a play on this receiver. All right? We're going to watch this play. You see that? Although this corner, he didn't get there fast enough because Brandon Woodard's receivers are highly explosive, as you just saw here. All right? And this guy was way too far, and his initial movement was he was looping up the field, so he wasn't going to be able to make a play. So if it wasn't for this guy right here, that would have been 6 points. So let me walk it back a little bit. Walk it back a little bit. Let's forward. Bring it back. Okay. Now, base tweaking is important. Watch how fast this Longhorn receiver leaves this corner right here. See that? Okay? I'm not going to answer that right now. You see how fast that receiver leaves the corner? That's speed right there. That's base tweaking. And look how fast he covers the field from the about 22-yard line to the, what's that, the 20, the 40, the 30, 34, 35-yard line. Right. Along with that, I want you to watch the defender. Now, in EF, in the Tournament of Champion rule set, we have broken tackles. And the way it works is, if the defender falls down as a result of the ball carrier hitting him, that is a broken tackle. Okay? This Longhorn receiver almost had a broke tackle. Watch this. You see how Adrian's safety got turned the other way around? Watch the initial contact. Boom. He almost knocks him down. You see how the defender is leaning? Base tweaking does this for you. It gives your player speed. And when you combine that with the right pose of figure, right? Now mind you, the Longhorn receiver is also rocking as well. Because here's the other side of that. If the ball carrier falls down as a result of the defender hitting the ball carrier, that's a fumble. And I got a play for you here as well. All right? So, again, open field tackle, right? Done well by one player. Okay? This hobby needs to have this kind of interaction. Yeah. Can you explain further, Rafi? This defender right here makes the open field tackle all by itself, right? Because Adrian Baxter, combined with a well-tweaked base and a well-positioned player, was able to make a play on the ball. Like the last play you saw, right? You see? This is why base tweaking is in front of base tackles. um, in some leagues, yes, there are front of base tackling, but in TOC, it's any touch. Any touch is in TOC. All right. Some leagues mix the two. On running plays, it's front of base, and on passing plays, it's any touch. So it varies among the league, but mostly in a tournament play, it's any touch. All right. So there you saw the open field tackle in this video as well as the previous one, right? I got I got a couple more videos I want to show you. Thank you. That is why I asked about B or C gaps. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, this is why base tweaking is important. You know, you need your players to be able to move, as well as, you know, you need your players to be able to quickly move down the board, like in real sports. You need your guys to be fast, and you need them to be strong. So when they make interactions, when they make contact like this, right? You get those kinds of hits, and you can create broken tackle or possible turnovers, resulting in a fumble with this. You see? So, all right, what we're going to go to our next video clip. Let me put down this slow motion monitor here. And we'll take you back to the desktop, and we're going to get our other clip. And this one is a very quick one. We're going to minimize that. Let's see. Let's see what we got. Okay, that was the fumble, by the way. And got a little audio problem here with this clip. See what the deal is. All right. All right, this one is not giving us the audio feed that we need. All right. Well, anyway, I want you to pay attention to the quarterback in the backfield here. When you look at the field, the Tobacco Road emblem right there where the number 40 is, the 40 interstate, the quarterback is there. And this play, by the way, is a fumble. All right. Sorry for the audio problem here with this clip. And he's going to get hit so hard, he's going to get knocked down. Boom. There's the fumble right there. All right. So now, I'm going to move it to the slow motion cam. Right? So we're going to switch over. Give me a moment. All right. Jog it. We'll move it back. Okay. So now, as I said earlier, here's our quarterback right here, right? Standing over top of the 40 interstate symbol, right? And I want you to watch and see how fast the defender comes in and makes this hard hit right there. All right? So here's the sacking defender, if you will. All right, and he makes a play on the electric football Joe Montana. You know, the real Joe Montana was never mobile like that, but in the world of EF, you know, anything is possible in the world of make believe. So this defender here, right here in this circle, he makes a huge play for for Coach Rafiq. This is the Bull City Brawl Championship between Rafiq McDonald. He's playing with his high school team, the Colonials, and he's matched up against Brian Phillips, who's on the left there, wearing the red 49ers hat. He's matched up against Brian Phillips, 49ers. Okay? So before I run this play further, I want to give you some more information on this play. This play was critical for Coach Rafiq because, as you can see, the score is 21-17 49ers in the fourth quarter with 9 minutes to go on the clock. All right? Yeah, Stephen LeGros, it's the Colonials. Are you telling me, or are you asking me? Okay, Howard. Hey, look, yeah, go ahead and take care of yourself, man. Time to eat dinner. God bless you all. Hey, glad that you were here. You know, we pushed 3 hours in this video, but this is what I intended to do today. So, you know, I wanted to keep the live open to get more people in. All right. So anyway, this play was crucial at this time because if Coach Phillips has scored a touchdown here, that pretty much would have sealed it for the game. So, you know, Rafiq's Colonials had to make a play. And that's what they did here on this particular play with this sack. All right? It was a fumble and they had to flip for who would take possession. Oh, you're a Colonials fan. Okay. Okay, Stephen LeGros, long time no see, man. But yeah, these Colonials are a high school team from Rafiq. That's not the college Colonials. That's a high school team. But nevertheless. But anyway, back to this game here. All right, so in the TLC rule set, fumbles are settled by way of a coin toss. So if a defender knocks down the ball carrier, that constitutes a fumble, and a coin must be flipped to determine who gains possession of the football. And in this particular play, Rafiq McDonald regained possession. For if he had not, okay, he knows about that squad. Okay, Rafiq. All right. Yeah, enlighten me, because you told me it was a high school team, so he knows about the high school team. Okay. So, if the turnover had gone back to Brian Phillips, then this fumble would have only prolonged the possible inevitable. All right? But Rafiq McDonald won the toss. All right? And as a result, Rafiq McDonald had gone back down the field, and he scored a touchdown, making it 24-21. All right? So, look, let's go ahead and move the play forward, and let's talk about this defender right here. All right? As you can see, he's lined up as what appears to be a defensive tackle, by the way, because the defensive end, the left defensive end is over here. That's the defensive tackle. That's an under tackle because he's over center, and this is the right defensive end. but the sack fumble comes from this defensive tackle right here. So let's move it forward. Now you see how the defensive tackle shoots the gap, and he turns perfectly, meeting the quarterback. Boom. It don't get no better than that. Hey, look. This is why I do these videos. It's plays like this that excites me. See? And this is why base tweaking is important. Look at this. Bow. I'm going to stop it right there. You see how the quarterback's base is leaning just before he falls. He falls in slow motion. Look at that. Bring it back. See that? Bam. It don't get no better than that. That play was critical. So Coach Rafiq, he's in the chat right now. So you guys want to talk to him, he's right there. You know, he's right here. You know, you can find him on Facebook also. And like I said, he's one of the premier customizers in our hobby. Does excellent paint work. And he's got some other excuse me. He's got some other skills also, you know. But yeah. So this play was critical, and as a result, Rafiq McDonald won the toss, and he regained possession of the football right here on his own 40-yard line. All right. You can watch the whole game right here on the Electric channel, and you can see everything that went on. So here I'm just taking certain plays from different games and just, you know, commenting on them, and what have you. What I'm doing with those plays. All right. So yeah, this was it was beautiful. You know, initially when the initial lineup. Yeah, hey, thanks, Rafiq. You know, I do what I can, man. You know, I do what I can. You know, when I first started this thing back in the day, I ain't think it was gonna go this far, but as I started doing little bits and pieces, man, I started seeing things, man. I said, you know what? Let me do this. Let me do that, and here we are. All right. Yeah, if you ready to split, man, it's cool, man. I'll see you next tournament. Yeah. So initial setup, your pre-snap setup. You know, most coaches don't think that best angles in our game. Oh yeah, that's the reason why I got that crane, brother. This shot you see right here, this is what the crane does for us. I put the camera over the table. The coaches, it don't get in the way of the coaches. The guys can play, and we can get footage like this. You know, and not to toot my own horn, I'm the first to do this. Everybody else who tried it, they came after me. I'm the first to do it. Put the camera over the table. All right. So most coaches, they don't feel threatened by these inside guys at pre-snap setup. They mostly worry about guys over here, you know, guys on the outside, and sometimes you may have to worry about this guy, because a coach may try to open a gap and send this guy in to run blitz or possibly pressure your quarterback. But nobody thinks about these inside guys, because for the most part, the offensive line creates enough scrum to keep the defensive lineman at bay, right? But watch this defensive tackle. I'm gonna bring it back for you again. Watch how he penetrates. You see his initial step. It appears that the back of the base of this offensive tackle is going to secure the pass rush of this defensive tackle, right? But it doesn't. The defender turns inside and makes a huge play. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, we're gonna go to the next play. But listen, we going back to the game table. We're gonna talk about that base over there. We're gonna talk about that base we was tweaking. We're gonna do something with that. And I guess I'll end this video whenever whenever I feel like it, you know. Like right now, I'm in the zone right now. All right, let me see. You said Rafiq says hit tight end first. I had a tight loop on a Tudor blade. Okay, what base was that? That wasn't no Tudor. That wasn't one of those Tudor speed cleat bases, was it? You had a tight loop on a Tudor blade. So was it a Frankenstein base? Because from this angle, it looked like a solid shell. Did you put what did you do with that base, Rafiq? Was it a Frankenstein base? What was it? Okay, we're going. Let's see. What was it? That's sweet. Yeah, thanks a lot, Fish Studio. Okay. I got one more play I want to show you. Allow me to switch over. See this particular let me see, Burgundy convention base. Oh, that was a convention. So that was the standard Tudor base. It wasn't. You didn't like Frankenstein that base, Rafiq? Was it the rookie base, the Burgundy rookie base that you used? I mean, you tweaked the base. I mean, it's an awesome tweak for that base to perform like that and for it to get there like that. I was impressed. Big time. I put this video clip. It was a dial base. Okay. You saw the video clip I put on Facebook where the audio did play on it. Yeah, it was, and you heard my excitement. All right. Okay, let me switch to the other play here. Let's go get this one. And I wanna bring this one up. Let's see if we got
Option.
okay. Audio's good here.
20.
Clock is running.
4, 3,
Passing.
2:20. Oh, and by the way, you see the score is 24-21 Colonial. So Rafiq scored a touchdown after that fumble. All right. So now the 49ers, Brian Phillips has possession of the football. Let's get back to the play. 20 left in the game.
14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9,
Pass complete.
7,
10, 9,
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. End zone. Good ball.
Touchdown, 49ers.
49.
Time out. 146.
Okay, let's minimize that. And let's get back to, we're going to talk about this play. Go get that. And we're going to bump forward. Give me a moment here and jog it. Okay. Here we have scores 24-21, 2 minutes. You said you couldn't see that play. What you said you couldn't see the play, Rafiq? You talking about the one on Facebook? You didn't play? I mean, what? You said you couldn't see it. Which one? All right. I'll wait for you. Okay. Anyway, the score now is 24-21. Let me see. The video did not play. Let me see. Oh, you're talking about the video I just sent? Oh, you know what I did? My fault, guys. Y'all was watching the field. I didn't switch over. We're gonna go back. Let me see. Let's do this. All right. Let me go back. My bus, guys. So you heard the audio, but you didn't see it. Yeah, I know why. Yeah, my fault. My fault. It's producer. That's the producer's fault. I didn't switch over. I didn't switch back to the play. So let's do that. Let's do that. No problem. I'm going to go there. All right. Let's open this play back up.
Quarterback option.
Here we go. Clock is running. Let's pause there. Let's bring it back. Make sure we get it.
Quarterback option.
You see it now, right? Clock is running.
Passing.
2:20 left in the game. Pass complete.
7, 10, 9, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. End zone. Good ball.
Touchdown, 49ers.
Timeout. 146.
Okay. Now, you guys saw that, right? Okay, that was my fault. I made a mistake. Didn't I forgot to first I had you over here at the game board, right? And I forgot to switch back to the computer where the play is. All right. So now let me go here and get the illustration video. All right. So now the score was 24-21. Now, in retrospect, if Rafiq McDonald, excuse me, if Rafiq McDonald could have made a stop on this possession, Rafiq would have won the championship. And I'm gonna talk about what happened in this play. All right. But first, we're gonna talk a little bit about the offensive side of the board and how, Coach Phillips got his receiver open. All right. So we're gonna move it forward a little bit, let it play. You see Rafiq McDonald making adjustments to his defenders. One pivot, one shift, and we're going to stop it there. We're going to bring it back just a little bit. Okay, we're going to bring it back right about there. So now, the receiver is here, and the electric football Joe Montana is there. All right? Drop that. Let's clear this out. Now, I want you to watch how that receiver separates. See how he pushes through the defensive back and he gets separation at the flat. Now, this is a beautiful play. Why? Because Coach Phillips, he sends his quarterback rolling to the flat. Now, I'm going to tell you what I'm thinking. Based on this formation right here and based on what's common among coaches in the hobby, they usually leave their quarterback on a standstill base when they're standing back like this. So I don't think let's see, what did you say, William J? I played my first electric football game in over 55 years, in over 55 years the other night. I had a blast. I just wish they made bigger size players for my older shaky hand. Oh, but we do got bigger players. Okay, great design. Okay. We'll talk a little bit about players a little bit, William J. Although we covered that earlier in the video, but that's okay. Yeah. So most coaches, they have their quarterback on a standstill base, especially when he's this far back in the backfield. So I don't think Rafiq McDonald believed that the quarterback was going to run to the flat over here. Because you see these two guys right here? Whenever a coach sets up like this, it's intended to send them in the backfield here. All right? So now, when we move the play forward, you see the pressure from those guys on the backside. They didn't angle as tight as they should have. But that's another story. Now you see the quarterback here, he's running away. All right, well then if I think about it again, that angle was right. Yeah, this guy right here could have gotten a possible sack if the ball was kept on long enough. But okay. You see the electric football Joe Montana figure is here, and he's running to the flat to line up a pass with the receiver here who's about to break. Watch. Beautiful. In the hobby of electric football, on your pass plays, you want this type of, open field between your quarterback and receiver. Look, there's nobody here. You want that line of sight pass. It's beautiful. You most of the time you're throwing over other players, and which is very hard to do, by the way. You want this openness like this, right? So Brian Phillips gets his quarterback. He's coming in a moment, and he swaps out the field with Joe Montana. Right? Pass is complete. He makes the pivot of the receiver to run upfield. Now, you'll see Rafiq McDonald. He positions his defenders, his unengaged defenders, to make a play on the ball. As it stands right now, the only defender that really has a shot at making a play. Don't worry about this guy right here, because in the rule set, as long as a player is laying down somewhere in the backfield, that player doesn't count. This player is laying down right here. So the only defender that really has a chance at making a play, making a stop here. Now, this right here, along with the other plays that I showed you, right? A defender making an open field tackle. You got a good tweak base. You have a well-moving player. Now, it's up to the coach to position that player to make plays. On this particular play, Rafiq McDonald did not position his defender, although he's standing right here. All right? He looks like he's lined up with the receiver, but watch the movement. The initial step of the defender. You see that? He's turning to the left. So, in retrospect, Rafiq should have put, okay, if we try to put an angle on here, right? If Rafiq had turned that defender a little more, if he had turned the front of that base well, excuse my art. I drew a little bit too far. Okay. We have a straight line here. All right. And the figure moved this way. All right. If Rafik had turned that figure a little more to the right, up there like that, I believe he would have had a greater chance at making a play on the ball. But because of the position that Rafik had placed his defender, look at this. The figure turned completely away from the receiver. I mean, I gotta tell the truth. The camera doesn't lie. You know, I love all the coaches in the hobby, but I gotta tell the truth. On this particular play, Rafik gave up all this field because he did not he didn't line his player up in the right space, like the other video clips you saw earlier. So you got a good tweak base, right? The base moves well, right? But if you don't position your guys properly, this is what happens. Receiver gets away all by itself. Touchdown. You see? So, base tweaking is important. It's I would say it's 95% of the hobby. And then the other 5, it says, Robert, the motor is directly under my defensive coach. Watch how players fall in that area. Okay. Okay, Rafik. You said that now I'm not doubting you. I invite this type of discussion. That's the reason why I do these videos. It's another reason why I do these videos. I invite this type of discussion. Okay. So I got the camera on this position right here, on this part of the field, because I'm focused on the receiver, on Brian Phillips' receiver, and your defensive back. Because at that time, that's what I saw. I said, okay, it's only one guy that's gonna have a shot at making a play. So I'm just gonna run the play straight up. Let's see what happens. Okay, I will admit that your defensive back, it jumped a little bit when the board turned on. Okay, Fitz, it was good having you here, man. I know it's long. The reason why it's long is because, unlike real television where you can you can advertise what time he coming on, and you can program for an hour or two and know that you're going to be done an hour. I'm not able to do that here on this end. I do these videos off the hip. Nothing scripted here. I put together something, grab a few pieces, and I say, hey, I'm going to talk about this. And right now we're going on 3.5 hours. Okay, and then Stephen LeGros, you said a high spot can alter the path. That's true. Yeah, your board can bounce, and it can cause your player to excuse me. It can cause your player to move off of its normal path. Granted, I got it. Okay, hey, that's why we're here having this discussion. Let's talk about it. Okay, so now we're going. Let me see where we at. Moving forward. Yeah, now when I'm moving forward slowly, you can see how Rafik's figure did bounce. Okay, I stand corrected, Rafik. You put the player in the right position, and your figure, the motor or the transformer on that board made your figure bounce, and it caused your guy, it caused your guy to lose his angle of pursuit, if you will. It's not long. I love it. Just had a meeting to go to. Okay, yeah, it's cool. Y'all understand. I mean, I'm glad you like it. But I'm just saying because of the length of time it is, it's now it's spilling over into, you know, times and things that you need to get at. That's all I'm saying. All right, his man speeds up on that spot. The announcer is awesome. Yeah, thanks, Steve. I'm, doing what I can. Doing what I can. All right, so we're gonna move it back again. Okay, as you can see, let's bring this illustration down. Here's Rafiq's defender. Okay, I initially said Rafiq put his player in the wrong spot. Rafiq's rebuttal, he's saying it was the board. Okay, and yes, it can be the board. The motors can make your figures jump. Now I'm gonna do it again in slow motion. Let's watch it. See that initial rock right there? Yes. That's board vibration. And as a result, it made the front of the base bounce. And when the front of your base loses contact with the board, your bases get pushed around, and they also lose control because most of your control is in the front of the base. All right? So we bring it back, and you see the initial bounce, and as a result, Rafiq's player misses. And Brian Phillips' receiver screams downfield, untouched. Untouched. But this is what electric football is. Think of it like this. In real football, a defender is going to make a play, going to make a tackle, and he trips. And as a result of him tripping, the ball carrier gets past him. So that's what this is like. Rafiq's safety tripped on the turf, and Brian Phillips' receiver had a clean line to the end zone. Right? All right, so look, we still not done because we got to go back over to the game table and talk about this base with this flash on it. Now, I'm game. BP is the best we got in the hobby right now. Oh, yeah, definitely. Brian Phillips, yeah, that dude, man, I met him first in Richmond back in, when was that Richmond? I forget what year that was. And then I saw him again at the in Essington with the NEFL league in that winter of 2017, 2017, I believe it was. And yeah, he's a tremendous coach, man. He loves speed. I got another video of him in the Pro Bowl, playing in the Pro Bowl in Philly with with Coach National, Corey Johnson. And yeah, he blitzed on a particular play. And what was funny about it, right? Brian said, "Here come the blitz. Here come the blitz." I got the video, but I don't have it set up for this program right now. So, and by the time I go through the archive and bring it over here and let you see it, it's too much. It's too long, and I don't want to waste time, digging and pulling stuff up. We want to keep this video moving along with the program that we have. But yeah, he as a matter of fact, I did an analysis video on it. If you look at the video section, it's in there. You know what? knew I said I wasn't gonna do it, but I probably can go on YouTube on over here. Let's switch over here. Put you right there for right now. Let's see where I'm at. I'm gonna do that. Open up. I'm gonna go to YouTube real quick. And let's see what I got. But yeah, he calls the bless. He said, "Here come the bless." and Coach National didn't believe him. And sure enough, the bliss came. It came fast, and it came hard. And I'm gonna go on YouTube here on my channel and see if I can find it real quick, as opposed to it was many summers ago. I forgot when it was. I'm just scrolling through right now. Let me share this with you guys, man. Bring you over here. This is my YouTube channel, by the way. You know, and I forgot what I titled it. It was Philly NFL. Let me see. So I started coming to Philly. And working with them years ago, because I met Corey at TutorCon in 2014. Let me see. Where is it? Yeah, but it was. Here it is. This is it right here. Let me see if I can bring this up. No, turn the volume down. It shouldn't be no commercials on this.
For the National Electric Football League there.
Okay.
And also I was
yeah, this is it right here.
Filming their championship Super Bowl as well.
Let me move it up.
What might
All right, let me move it up to the place. I don't want to bore you with all the details. No, that wasn't it. Men's Football 101. Here it is. Number 8.
Of the sack and why it happened.
All right, let me bring it back.
I'm going to discuss in full speed.
All right.
That you've seen the play in full speed, we're going to slow this play down, and we're going to discuss the outcome of the sack and why it happened. The defensive coach announced that pressure was coming, right? The offensive coach failed to pay heed to that announcement. Moreover, the offensive coach failed to recognize the defensive formation, or he just flat out didn't care what the defensive formation was showing him. In electric football 101, real football 101, right? Whenever you see defensivemen setting up on the outside edge, like so, this is a clear indication that pressure is coming at the snap of the football. A quarterback must recognize that. Now, in this game, electric football, this game hobby, outside players or figures are usually set up to come into the backfield and loop like this, like so. And their job is to get into your backfield as quickly as possible and muddy the waters, or sack your quarterback, or stick your running back. And that's what happened in this particular play. Let's clean our screen up here. Now, this was the defender that made the sack. All right? He came fast and he came hard. Let's move this video up a little bit. Let's watch. You see how the outside rusher has a clean release. to the quarterback. It's moving in a little closer. See that? The offensive coach failed to set up any type of protection for this area of the football field. And as a result, he paid handsomely for his neglect or his blunder.
Okay, hold up. Let me rewind it. I went too far up. Let me see. Move it again. All right, yeah. Here's the play right here.
Sack.
Pass to the outside. That's a loss of 10 yards. Okay. That was the sack right there played live. Yeah, I had to scroll through the video because I hadn't played this video. I hadn't played this particular video in so long, man. Let me go back and do it again. I'm trying to get as much of this play as I can for you guys to. I'm trying to get all the pre-snap set up. Right about here. Let's do it again. So you guys with me, right? This is the sack. This is, Brian Phillips sacking Corey National Johnson in Philadelphia.
Now that
Okay. Well, that's when I first learned, about Brian Phillips and how he liked to roll, he loves speed. He loves to blitz. He can dial up blitzes on command. So, I'm not surprised that he's a champion. And speaking of champion, during the MFCA championship and TOC, he was trying to win the MFCA championship and TOC and the Bull City Brawl. Yeah, July, he was trying to win both of those championships, TOC championship and MFCA. And then he was going to go to the Bull City Brawl and win that too. He was trying to do all that within that time period. So yeah, he's a tremendous coach, man. Tremendous coach. Let me what year was this, man, when I did this video? Okay, this video was done 4 years ago. 2020. Yep. 2020. And yeah, this is one of my here on the Electric Coach channel. You can see it right here. I entitled it Miniature Football 101, and it was done 4 years ago. Got 7 comments on it. Yeah, 2,000 views. Anyway, but yeah, tremendous coach he is out there, Brian Phillips. All right, so gonna go ahead and close this. And since I'm here, when you come to this channel, you have we're still on our computer here. Okay, you have the videos menu. You click that, and you'll see all of my pre-recorded videos here. And I believe I have something like 200 videos, over 200 videos on this channel, 240 videos. All right, and you scroll down, you pick whatever you want. I got a lot of stuff in here. I got analysis videos. That's the one, the Miniature Football 101 video I showed you. EF strategy. I got a video here talking about the different game boards in the hobby. if you're looking for, basic information, let's say you just want to just play and you don't want to do all the extra stuff. You don't want customizing. You don't want to do none of that. You can come to my EF Talk video. Yeah, William J. You said it looks like Richard Dent. Are you talking about the sack in Philly, or are you talking about that fumble video I showed you? Which one you talking about, William J? All right. I mean, it's cool. I mean, whichever one. I mean, I'm just trying to gain context and clarity. But yeah. So when you come to my channel, this is what you'll find. You click on the home, click on the videos link. Oh, the sack. Okay, yeah, that sack was it was vicious. I mean, we was in there laughing too, man, cause Brian said, "Here come the sack, here come the sack," and Corey wasn't worried about it. So yeah, here's another analysis video. I got a play analysis video here right at the top of the page. This one was done a year ago. Evolution of the game. This is like information about the history of EF and different figures and stuff like that. EF Talk. This talks about, I'm covering basic stuff in EF. I was going to talk about decaling a figure here, but I didn't have the I didn't set up the microscope to bring you in close to see the decal application. So here's a decal talk video I did. But that video right there, I only used water to put the decal on. I didn't use solver-set. Here's a video right here I entitled Fundamental EF, right over here, on the left over here. That's talking about basic things concerning the hobby. And yes, we have electric football in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. When I went to the NEFL and I worked with them. And Corey was in this championship, by the way. He was matched up against who was he playing against? I forget who he matched up against in this video right here. I got the first half and second half. It was Creasy. Yeah, he played against Creasy in the championship. Yeah, Creasy, I normally see Creasy in Philly. I don't think he goes outside of Philly. Creasy stays in Philadelphia when he plays. He stays home. Here's some other Philly NFL championship videos here. Got 3 parts of that. Oh, and I do have another decal application video right here. Face mask application right along with that. So yeah, I got tweak videos on here. I got over the years I just stacked up videos talking about EF. And this particular video right here, this is a stack with Nat Show in Essington back in 2017. Let's move it up a little bit. Go past the intro.
Might as well be Sunday, right?
And as usual, we had a few drinks, so you got
Absolutely.
This is Corey on the right side, and on the left side of the screen is a Smokestack. I forgot Smokestack's real name. But these two guys, they great guys, man. They gave me a home up there in Philly, man. They trusted me enough to come up there, man, and show the games. And their show is called Stack with Nat, and I took often do these analysis chats. Oh, I mean, lately I haven't done analysis video in a while. Mainly because unfortunately, if this was my job, man, I'd be able to do a video every day. But when I come home from work, got chores, got to interact with the family. I don't have time like I got right now. That's why I'm really pushing this video, trying to get as much in it as I can, man. But yeah, I can do these. I can do an analysis video in a heartbeat. It's just that I just need the time and the space to get to it. I got a whole lot of video footage from other games I can sit down and talk about. You know, so I may after this video I may try to get to something else and do another one. You know, when I first started off with this channel, I was able to crank out videos like all the time, but you know, my time and my responsibilities have changed over the years. You know, and we appreciate what we can. Yeah, you know, hey Steve, man, I love this game, man, and I love talking about it. I love being involved with it. You know, and I'm always trying to, you know, I'm always looking for things and places where I can do more and go further with this thing, you know. But yeah, this video right here is the guys from Philly, and I'm gonna let them talk a little bit.
We'll keep it clean and keep it real.
We're gonna bring this show.
Let's move it up a little bit.
Invite all these people coming and make all kinds of money. My partner.
And our producer for today,
yes,
who's doing the audio visual.
Right.
And
this is not, folks. This won't be for you to hate traditional stack with that.
Not that we break it from him, but you know.
Right. No. We're gonna switch it up. We brought in our man from Maryland, Maurice Robertson, electric coach, well known in the video world. EF is going to edit this show today.
He brought so much stuff, I thought I walked in the room and looked like a T-Rex was in the room. It was 18 feet wide. There was weights hanging off the end of it.
I thought I was at work. I was ready to get the signals for the crane. It like he was ready to lift some equipment.
He had it going.
Nice equipment. But getting into the
what's
action.
the agenda for tonight? What are we going to talk about?
Well, this ain't the full-blown stack with that wrap-up show. This is just a little mini.
Just wet your whistle a little bit.
And we're going to have some special guests later.
We got guests? Right here.
On this show.
On the Stack with Nat.
We've been accused. Us, me and you, of being biased.
Giving them short shrift.
Right. So we're going to fix that tonight.
We're going to fix it.
We're going to fix it.
And you know, on the phone, I got the whole breakdown of the league. I don't want to get into no names.
No, don't call
and
no
I'm
names.
not going to give no favorites or nothing like that. But there's two people we're going to.
All right, I'm going to move the video forward a little bit. And Brian Phillips is going to come on momentarily. I got a little commercial break on this video I did.
I know.
All right.
I ain't telling.
Let's do it.
Boom.
You're watching the Electrical Channel. From goal line to goal line, we can go the distance.
Folks, welcome back. Stack with Nash Show.
Boom.
Essendon Extravaganza 2017. We got special guests, Stack.
We live.
We got to get them the Stack with Nat fist pump.
Boom.
Mr. Brian Phillips.
Boom.
Boom. Mr. Jet McCauley.
Boom.
Watch that ring. Is that a championship ring?
What?
Damn. That man's a champion right back there.
Champion.
He's champion.
That's from
That's
Bethel? Yeah.
Okay, that's Jet McCauley. Last year, the reigning Neffel champion. Super Bowl.
Okay.
All right, got the ring. Brian Phillips, the man who doesn't believe in the curse of the NFL or the Cleveland Browns and is out to prove it. We're going to start this show. Brian Phillips, rookie season, NFL, Philly style, what you got to say? In Essendon.
It's been fun.
Come on,
It's been fun. It's been fun.
Mm-hmm.
The game's been good. Very competitive here in this league. I'm just trying to make.
What's the most difficult thing? Is it the rule set, adapting to the rule set, or I mean, you're in the fourth, fifth game now, so you've pretty much got comfortable.
I'm in farther.
What was
than
it?
that.
Yeah, he in further than that. Yeah, he about 8, 9
What was
games.
the biggest thing that you had to overcome?
The biggest thing I had to overcome was the not being able to pivot on offense to block and burn and stuff like that because in NEFL and BFL and all that stuff.
Yeah. Because I mean Jeff had a season. I mean even though it was an abbreviated NEFL year, he kind of got
got it.
Yeah. You coming in.
Right off the bat.
Right off the bat,
no,
right.
No. Yeah. I didn't want to play with the little boys.
Oh, it ain't no. Whoa. See, we gonna fix that. The Neffel is not little boys. The Neffel.
I just see you gotta have fun.
No,
I like to tease Chris. See how Chris jumped up?
Listen.
I'm the audience.
The Neffel is not.
They play
second
the same
tier.
rule set.
They play. It's just a lighter
Shorter
commitment.
season.
It's just a shorter season. That's it.
Right.
It's just half the workload. Will Travers is really the one who.
Okay, I'm gonna cut it short right there. But as you can see, Brian Phillips is the coach right here in the back, and this is back 2017. So he was getting after it back then, and now he's a formidable coach in the community. If you match up against him, you're gonna be in for a real treat. A real treat. I got another video of him at the Capital City Clash last year. It was a conference title game that he was matched up in. It's also on this channel as well. But we have to get over to the game table and finish talking about this base, and we're going into like 4 hours already. Let's see here. I want to get this video clip. Yeah, reduce it. All right, and we're going to leave Facebook alone for right now. Right? So we're going to switch over back to the game table, get you over there. And we are going to finish talking about this base. And we should close it up around there. So we're going on about 4 hours already. All right? So I want to talk about the flash that I showed you earlier on this base. And as a quick refresher, let's go back to that base and talk real quick about that flash that was on there. Let's see what we got. I gotta find it again. I know it's the latest one I did, so it's going by date. Right? Where is it? Scroll back up. Don't remember where I had it at. 924, 923. Here it is. That one. All right. As I was saying very early on in the video, right? I was talking about the flash that's on those two prongs right there. We got to get that off those prongs to encourage the better movement of this base at the game table, all right? So I just wanted to give you a refresher real quick. And here's the same base at a different angle, and you can see the flash right there on the on the right corner of the tip of that prong. All right? So over to the game table we go. Here we go. All right? So let's see here. Make sure I got enough life on that battery. Yeah, we good. Yeah, I wanted to make sure my lamp didn't go out again, because I'm waiting for this other battery to charge up. Waiting for this battery to charge. All right. So, got to get my position here with this cable. So I got my headset on. So Need my hands free on the game table. And where is my guy again? Here's my Haiti Repro defensive back figure. We're going to reintroduce this guy right here. See that? He's eventually going to become somebody when I customize on him. All right? So we're going to get our ITZ base. We got to get this flash off those prongs that I showed you earlier, right? Let's move it out of the way. And the way that we do that is with our lighter. Now, I'm not really a fan of putting heat on my bases when I first start tweaking on them. But because that little bit of flash that we had seen earlier in the picture, right, we got to get that flash off of there. So, check our lighter. I like this lighter because the flame is really high. You can wave it around. You really flash really good with it, right? See that? Flash really good with it. So, I'm going to hold the figure like this with the front prongs exposed because the heat's going to go up, right? I'm not going to hold my flame near the base like this. I'm going to pass it through real quick. So I get my fire, and I do that, right? And looking at it with the naked eye, I got the prongs clear. Now, I'm not going to waste any more time taking a picture of the base now and showing it to you. That's going to just make the video longer. We're already at 4 hours and 12 minutes, 4 hours, 11 minutes. I think this is probably the longest video I've done and one longest live video I've done ever. That's the nature of these lives, you know. So now, I got the flash off the base, right? Let's run it and see what it does. It's a lot smoother. The bounce has been taken away from the figure. Although it's turning, it's okay because we still got a lot more tweak to do on this base. All right. So let me get my duckbill pliers again. And we're going to touch on these prongs some more. All right. So you hold the base like this. Then for the sake of the camera, I'm going to reach inside like that. All right. And you want to smash on these prongs. And because it's a Formula 37 base, you don't have to really bite down on these prongs like that. All right? Because this plastic is rather soft. So you hit the backwards real quick. All right? Let's set the base. It's a lot faster and it's looping harder. And the reason why it's looping is because I probably slightly turned my wrist. I probably turned my wrist like that a little bit when I was pressing. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to compensate for that. And I'm going to turn my wrist back the other way a little bit like this to try and get those prongs back straight. All right? Do the front ones first. All right, let's run it. All right, tighter turn. Let me see, I'm going to turn them this way. turn them back this way. No, I'm going to go to the right. It's a little slight turn to the right. Try to get this base to run straight. Although it's not necessary. You know, we don't have to have it to run straight. Because if it's going to turn, it's going to turn. And then we'll just make the base a blitzer or something like that. All right? I'm going to come back to the left. But go this way, yeah. I'm going to come back to the left. Turn like that. I'm going to do an aggressive twist. All right? Run it again. Okay. So now it's still angling, but it's turning later as opposed to sooner. All right, so I know that if I take my prongs and slightly turn them, twist them a little bit away from the camera, right, up this way, I know I can encourage this base to run straight. Okay? Let's do this, see what happens. Okay, now it's back tight. Turn it back tight again. So I'm going to go back to these back prongs. And I'm going to turn the back, I'm going to twist these back prongs a little bit. This way, I'm going to twist them that way. So that's going to encourage the base to come back to the left as opposed to, it's going to encourage the base to run this way as opposed to this way. So we doing all this with cold pliers. Okay? Not a problem. But look, I'm not going to hold you here any longer. I mean, we've already been 4 hours already. So we are going to adjourn for tonight. I'm Mo, and I thank you guys for spending time with me for 4 hours and almost 20 minutes. This is the Electric Coaches channel, and I'm Mo. Thanks for watching.